Nah, that ain't me.
Although those horns are right.
Yeah, the horns are right.
I mean, we are looking for succubus art. You gotta find this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's true.
Believe
Like
it.
75% of it is going to have no clothes.
That seems pretty conservative, to be honest.
She's mine.
Alrighty, anyway. So, in the middle of the meeting, there was, what was it? What was
We
it?
established that
some
Kopaka
kind of...
would be in charge of the all the Dragon Clan's armies, right?
Bisha Rain Thunder. Hey.
Yes, I believe that is what happened. Is that Kopaka is now... Because none of them really wanted to do it. Well, there was one of the candidates that they wanted, she specifically very much doesn't want it, because she wants to go back to doing what she was doing before, and that is tending to a certain lake. She's very spiritual, and cares about that a lot. She's already been gone from the lake longer than she normally is. Anyway, so, Kopaka's been chosen as the war leader to lead the tribes who have, due to the meeting, agreed to go to war with the humans. Some of them weren't for it, but that's how it goes. That's how the meetings work. They failed the challenges, and so they must accept the war.
Much.
Alright.
So it's kind of up to you guys to decide what you want to do now. If there's anything else you want to propose, this is the meeting to do it.
Well, we are gonna have to tell them about bring.
About what?
God damn it, we have to remind them about bringing in freed slaves here.
Have not brought that up. No, you have yet to say anything about that to them.
And we will have to tell them our plan of what we're going to be doing.
Yep.
Well, if you want to convince them to accept the non-Dragonborns in the area, this would be that time to do it.
Okay. Kopaka, do you want to explain them our plan, or?
You know, I'm not good with these speeches.
You've been doing great so far. You got this.
Anyways, so our plan is to eradicate all humans.
Well, not all the humans, just the bad ones.
Okay, all the humans that look bad, or just assume people.
Well, they're gonna leave the war stuff more to you.
Of course. I'll say it's time to say
For
it.
now, they'll build the forces and wait until whenever it is that it gets going.
That's it. Hold on. Taking that, Phil. Thank you.
The ghost of Keith
Alright.
is coming
to
to
remind
remind you.
Gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Alright, okay.
Welcome back, Stephen.
The grill. Hold on. I can't even hear you guys.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. No. I had my earplugs out. That's why.
Oh.
That's why. Yeah. Anyways, okay. Fast relief of yeah. Hope I didn't take the
Okay, so they said that they'll leave the war planning to you, Kopaka. So we have to. Oh, So
You also might tell them that, we're sending people to them.
Yeah.
You know,
From somewhere off in the distance beyond the fourth wall.
okay, keep your minds out of the gun on this one, but I'm thinking of infiltrating their base Trojan style.
No.
Well, you
I
know,
get it.
you do
The
have
question
some.
is-
I'm
Alright,
just
I can't get your
I'm just saying, you have Sombra standing right next to you, and he could pull off Trojan style.
Oh yeah. Grimmy's got that.
Yeah, we'll go in super deep, right?
oh my god.
God.
As long as
None
you're
of this
using,
shit was going on.
as long as you're using protection.
Holy shit, dude!
Where's the fun in that?
So,
Alright,
let them take the money into the castle, and then we pop out of the money.
what
Wait,
did I say?
out of the money. Yes, out of the money.
Alright there, Monty Python. Out of the mine. Out of the gutter.
But yes, you have not told the Dragonborn about the fact that you're planning on sending a whole bunch of people there.
Trojan style.
Trojan
Yeah.
style.
I'm more of a Durex person myself.
Holy shit. Do I need to know this?
Okay, bring it back, guys. Bring it back.
Wrong choice of words, Shiva. Wrong choice of words.
Oh. God damn it.
Oh, that's just bullshit.
Ida, intimidate them.
Yeah. Just intimidate them.
oh, Kopaka, you want to tell them about our plan, or
I
or
did.
do you want one of us to?
I'd rather you do it because I am not good with speeches.
That's your
Okay.
cue,
Oh,
Shiva.
God.
Yeah, that's all right. That's okay.
Let me get
All
the-
right. Okay. Okay. Hi. So.
She doesn't speak Dragonborn, so you're gonna have to help her, Kopaka.
No, wait.
No, I am. I'm
I was assuming
translating.
Cadence is doing that as well.
Okay. So we have a plan to free a couple of slaves from the cities, and we need to take them somewhere safe, and we are thinking of bringing them here to the Dragonborn lands.
And a hushed silence falls over the Dragonborns before, en masse, you just hear rabble, 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 rabble,
Yep.
rabble, rabble, rabble,
Shut
rabble.
up! Oh, no, shut the hell up!
Yeah, and pretty much everybody, all of them at once are like, reject that, like, no one agrees to it.
But what do you prefer then? Y'all want to just go in there guns blazing?
Tell them why it's a good thing.
Look, they are not humans. They are like us. And we've proven to you all how capable we are and how we can help you. If we get these slaves and take them somewhere safe, we can not only help them, but this could also benefit you because you gain more people to help fight in your army. They're suffering just like you all are. And if we are ever going to help each other, if we are ever going to finally be free, we have to help each other. Put aside our differences and unite.
Well, the green and the white and the silver all agree with that. And the red and the blue seem like they're okay with it. Like they're neutral on this. And the black look like they're kind of looking into it, but the gold specifically absolutely shout, no way.
No way.
Yeah, no way. And they
Sorry.
challenge
Eh,
in the way that they do.
we done the battle of the wills. The deck's stack in our favor.
Well, you'll need to give them a challenge, because they're challenging you.
I thought we agreed that that Kapaka comes up with the plans and they all have to agree with it.
Yes.
That was for the war.
This is
This
war.
is war for battle tactics.
Yeah, this one you're not agreeing to. You'll have to convince a couple of the clans.
Alright.
The big
So,
one you're
what,
gonna convince is the
what
goal.
kind of challenge we shall do?
You can't do the same one twice, unfortunately.
Okay. How about this? We'll do the largest lightning beam. I mean, breath attack.
World trivia.
What?
World
It's the astrological feat of our airman swallow.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Are you actually challenging them to trivia?
That's an idea. I just want to win this.
I don't know that.
Should we do trivia or the longest fire dragon breath? I don't know.
I got a suggestion.
I feel like I have a better chance of winning the trivia.
Okay. Are you guys okay with trivia? Wait, who's going to? Who's going to take the challenge?
Well, you can come up with better questions than I do. Also, I can't even think of any.
Name a place that Faust has gone to before coming here.
They have no idea who Faust is.
It's not there.
But yeah, they don't even know that name.
The evil king of the humans.
Here's the thing. I don't know how much the Gold Dragonborn know about their own lands. These are the ones that are nomadic, right?
These are the nomadic ones. That's
Okay.
right. They're all about what they themselves can personally do.
I got a question. I think I can ask them because I still remember the black dragonborn were the ones with the scorpions, right?
Yep, that's
Okay.
correct.
I still remember what their champion is, what their leader is. So I'm going to ask them. Unfortunately, the player, it hasn't fully memorized. But I'm going to ask them, what is the name of the Black Dragonborn's great champion?
And they do not know.
And I'm going to say that name.
Yep, you got them. You can see they know the name of the overall champion, but the black original leader, they have no idea who that is.
See, this is why you fail. You only care about yourselves, but you never have the heart to care about others, even your own kind. If this keeps happening, you will lose.
While they don't agree with that view, they do, however, abide by the fact that they didn't know the name.
Say what you will.
Yeah, by the way, the name is Imbal.
Thank you.
Say what you will. Because.
You know what would be a hilarious bonus question? Ask them what your name is and see if they even know that.
I didn't know that.
Alright. These guys are stubborn idiots.
They sure are.
We already know that the mission already has separated us, but they've never been united before. So it's Time to show a fine example.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to use this as a fine example to show them what a United Dragon Form is like.
Well, yeah, the last time they were united was when they lost. A long time ago.
That was a long time ago, generations ago.
Many generations, so yes, they've been completely divided since then.
We'll make sure that we don't lose this time.
What was that?
And after the gold loses their challenge, the rest rescind the offer, especially when they fail that question about one of the original 10 clan leaders. They, yeah, there's even a little bit of laughter from the other Dragonborns.
Yeah, I just picture all the judgmental
Oh,
stares.
the black especially. There's like some glaring from the Dragonborn.
Oh, you can touch
Keep in
them.
mind.
Yeah, you could literally cut the tension with a knife. It's pretty, yeah.
It's thick.
Yeah.
All right.
But
All right.
cold thick.
So, and then we'll explain to them what our plan is of how we are going to take down the barrier. So I'm going to tell. Sorry?
I think they only care about taking down the humans.
Well, yeah, but if we take down the barrier, they can use their magic and they'll be much stronger to help take down the humans.
Do the Dragonborns even have magic?
Some of them do.
Some
A
of
lot
them
of
do.
them do, in fact.
So,
Yeah.
so we'll tell them our plan of infiltrating the upper richer cities, trying to find the machine that is generating the magic barrier and taking it down. It will also tell them about our second group of what they're planning to do.
Well, they've decided to leave the war stuff to you, especially because they don't understand the whole machine barrier thing. It's kind of going over most of their heads.
As long as they understand that if we take it down, they get magic.
That's pretty much the part they got that they cared about, was that if it works, then those of them with magic can use magic again.
Also, it's one of the plans I have on them inside.
Sorry, what was that? You cut out a little bit there for me.
Am I cutting it for like a lot, or
A little bit.
A little bit. You
Just
were
a bit.
much louder just there. I don't know.
hold on, let me just boost it all the way up here. So,
Yeah, that's better.
I guess. Do they know we have someone from the inside, or no?
What do you mean someone from the outside? Oh, you
Oh,
mean you
okay.
think there are more of you over away?
From the inside, yeah.
Yeah, they know you're doing that.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, we pretty much explained like what we're going to be doing.
All right, that's it.
It's definitely not their style.
You're gonna have to live with it.
It's fine. It's fine. We'll do this, and they'll just do what they do when the time comes.
Basically,
Yes.
they're waiting for the call to go to action their way.
All right.
A more blunt way.
Yeah, we'll give it to them.
Good.
Now, Fable and the others are requesting us to go back to the city at the brothel. They say they needed all of us to go because they're planning something else.
I believe it specifically is when you guys are done there, come back so we can regroup.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Shh, no one tell anybody, but we're planning a surprise party. No one tell them, okay? They can't know about it.
It's gonna be awesome. There's gonna be explosions and explosions.
And confetti, and there's gonna be a cake.
Right there, Michael Bay. You get it.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to the best franchise ever. No, seriously. Really wait for doing back to the Transformers franchise.
Alrighty.
Anyways, back on topic.
Alright, so yes, the Dragonborn are gonna wait for you to give them the heads up, and Sasha will escort you back to where you came from, because she's planning on going back to the lake so she can resume taking care of it, and keeping all those darn fish out.
She
Fish.
is probably not going to be happy about Keith. Although Keith is not thinking about this right now.
Oh, right control.
What I missed. Wait. What does this blasphemy?
I think
You mean the bridge?
she might actually care about the bridge first before you.
Yeah, she's gonna care about the stupid bridge. Because it's a certain troll there who, true to his nature, felt the need to sit on a bridge, and so he built a bridge across the lake for no reason other than to sit on it.
So, she may not charge you first. You might actually get 3 or 4 words in before you die.
Yes.
Use you.
But, Sasha, if there's nothing else you guys want to ask the Dragonborn, this would be the time.
I got nothing right now.
Ask her if she likes to take long walks on the beach.
Ask her if they have a way to communicate over long distances that they prefer.
This is so metagaming.
I think we already established that they would send letters.
Okay.
Yeah, spear to the roof.
Yep.
Well, that's all. Yeah.
Spear through the roof.
I guess I'll ask, how can we message the Dragonborn then? Because we know how they message us.
They ask if, They look at Shiva and they just say, they point at you. Because you can fly. And that's what they're used to doing it.
Oh. So,
The end guy, tell him that we just need a little bit of warm weather and some chance to empty it out, and then we'll give him a call.
So yeah, they're looking at Shiva. They basically say, well, you gotta fly. Because you don't want to get...
okay.
That's how they do it. That's why they use their pterodactyls. And their Quetzalcoatluses.
Well, fortunately, we don't have those, and only 2 people here can fly. Okay, if that is the only way.
I mean, I'm sure Shiva could tame a Quetzalcoatlus.
Actually, it's funny you say that, though, because Dolrandron steps forward and offers to help one of you, or multiple of you, whatever, go through the process of trying to befriend one of them.
Sure, why not?
What? Red box? No, go away, red box. No.
Hey, red
Bad
box.
red box.
What are you talking about?
On red roll 20, I've got the red box of your service is interrupted.
I'll just...
Bad red box. Go away.
Oh, okay. I
that
thought it was
sucks.
like Red drew a red box on the thing somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, he does do graffiti, but he doesn't normally just draw boxes. He draws like hats and beards and stuff.
Yeah? Does that work for them?
But
Yeah.
yes, so you're taken back to the Blue Dragonborn tribe, where Dolrandron offers to teach you the ways of befriending dinosaurs. And he says there's only like a 20% chance you're gonna die. It's not even that bad.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So he basically, when you get there, he immediately gets his Quetzalcoatlus and kind of just flies like slightly above where you guys are walking on the ground, and it's just like this way, and he just points into the dense jungle.
I guess we follow him.
and he leads you through the jungle for like 3 or 4 hours before
my
you
God.
eventually get to a big ass cliff. And he's just like, and you see sitting at the top of the cliff, like Quetzalcoatlus, and he's just like, it's simple. All you do is climb on one, and if you don't fall off, you did it.
Uh-huh.
Who wants to go first?
You know what? I will.
He kind of gives you a pat on the back and he says, there you go, just what I expected from the champion. And he says, alright, so all you do is climb up one of them and hold on. And eventually it'll get tired.
Alright.
Good luck.
Do I have to roll something, or?
You sure do! First, you're gonna roll a straight dex roll, and then you're gonna roll athletics to hold on.
Straight dex, not dex save, sorry. What the fuck?
Two dex save and straight dex are actually the same roll.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't think you have proficiency in dex saves, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Hopefully if you...
Did you delete my old inventory or no?
No, okay, what you... Currently, the sheet you're seeing is the sheet
No, I remember
doesn't have
that,
your
but
magic stuff
it
on
used
it.
to. It had two versions. One was the original, and one was this.
Oh, all I did was hide it.
Oh,
It's there.
okay.
You just don't see it. I just made it so it's easier for you guys so you don't accidentally click the wrong one.
Oh.
I just hid it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that was
Oh, yeah. I didn't say that I did that, but yeah, that's what I did. So that way, when you guys leave here, I'm just gonna hide this one and unhide the other one.
All right. So dex save and what else?
And then athletics.
Which you
so
did.
that was, yeah.
Oh boy, I don't see his rolls at all. Oh no.
Let me do it again. Here, I'll do it again.
Oh, they came through now.
No.
It's my internet being all...
Now, you got the red box.
I did get the red box, and that's exactly what it's causing, is a massive delay in the rolls showing up. So that'll be a thing. Anyway, so, you, based on that dex save, you do miss grabbing it. Yeah. But you don't get hurt or anything, you just kinda, it flies off before you can grab it.
At least I tried.
Dolrandron says, give it another shot. You can see, like, there's plenty of them there. And if anything, it almost looks like the Quetzalcoatluses are like, a little bit of humor of, like, that guy really missed it.
Right. Just different. Not that different, but okay.
I just want to say,
Different
that is
approach.
the second cutest sneeze I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, thanks. Hey, there you go.
I'm sure eventually the roll will show up for me. In the meantime, you guys can just tell me what it was.
18 and 22.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. So, here's what happens. You manage to sneak up sort of on it, and then when the Quetzalcoatlus kind of realizes you're there, it's a little too late because you've already hopped on the thing. Now you're holding on to its back for dear life as it flies off into the air, doing barrel rolls and flips, trying to fling you off. But your grip strength is too strong. And eventually, after like 10 minutes of flinging you around like crazy, it tires out and just kind of gives up.
Yeah. Your ass is mine. I hope someone gets that reference.
And from below, Dolrandron just tosses you a huge-ass hunk of meat he's pulled out of his bag. He just flings it in the air in your direction.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and he just shouts, feed it that.
Oh, I thought it was for me. Okay. So I feed him that.
Yeah, which makes it calm down more.
Alright. Perfect. Excellent, chick! Excellent!
And now there's one more roll I want you to make, and that is I want you to roll animal handling.
Oh, wow. Something I haven't rolled in a while. I pressed. Roll 20.
No, you.
Oh, sorry. Roll 20. I was lagging.
I still haven't seen your rolls from before.
The first roll was a 4.
Okay, well that's okay. That'll do it. He already kind of tired it out and gave it meat. So it dutifully flies down and lands on the ground. And just kind of sits there.
It's Avatar style.
And Dolrandron's just looking at it, he's like, we just gotta get you a saddle.
Right.
We?
Well, him and the Blue Dragonborn.
So,
He says it's not a good idea to ride them with it. You can if you want, but, you know.
yeah.
You might fall off,
So-
so he tells you that you should use
Yeah.
a saddle.
Take the saddle. So, no.
And then he turns to the rest of you and he asks if you guys want to give it a go.
It's fun, guys.
Mm,
See, I don't have very good athletics though.
I could try, but I mean, I have wings already.
Yeah, but let's just say that can't save
Fourth
that
wall
much energy.
pigeon. Maybe try to do it together as some sort of a couple bonding opportunity.
That's not a bad idea.
Maybe that might give you advantage.
Yes, I agree with this pigeon in my head. Yeah.
Would it though? Because I feel like two people holding on is harder than one.
Just think of Titanic. Only.
Wait, I seem to remember one of the couple dies in Titanic at the end.
I know.
Oh boy.
Do you need
Don't worry.
help?
The guy falling off a ship. Well, not at the beginning, at least. Spoiler.
Well, I feel like at this point, the Titanic sinking isn't much of a spoiler. Because, you know, it happened in real life and everything.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I do remember one of the two heroes of that story drowning slightly.
Slightly. Okay. Yeah, you'll be fine. Just make sure you have enough space on the door.
Can you down with a case of the slightly drowning?
Drowning, yes, exactly. I've heard that's the case. You really don't want to catch that.
Yeah. Oh, more people die by these things than sharks. So
Here, last chance. Do you guys want to take a stab
Yeah.
at it?
All right, I'll
You
give
see-
it a shot.
However, you see big Quetzalcoatlus is like what Kopaka got, and you see the much smaller pterodactyls.
Are those easier to ride?
Well, the Quetzalcoatlus can carry multiple people, and the pterodactyl can carry one person.
well, that one really had you.
I mean, what do you think, Shiva? Do you want to go for the two-person or the one-person?
Maybe the two-person beat so we could both share.
All right, I guess so. Are we gonna have to try to tame the same one?
You guys could go for the same one. You guys could each try to get your own.
If we tame one of them by ourselves, will it let both of us ride it?
Well, it would be up to the person who actually finished.
Just
So
get together and be alright.
So yes or no? I didn't hear you.
I
The
see.
answer is, if the person who tamed it wanted it to let someone else ride it, it would.
Okay. And what do these things look like again?
they're like big birds.
Yeah, just think of Avatar.
So it's mostly feathers.
No, there's not.
Scale.
Wait,
Just think of Avatar, not the last Airbender.
I haven't seen that movie.
Was high. Oh, good, don't.
The point is, what does the tide look like?
its hide, it's pretty leathery.
Leather. You're not allowed to
Hmm.
take its leather. It's
Oh,
illegal, you know?
Yeah, there's not really feathers. It's got like full leathery wings. It's more like a super huge bat but without a bat-looking head.
Hmm. All right. Well, I guess I'll just give it a shot normally then.
All right then.
So you gotta roll dexterity and athletics.
That's correct.
Do I roll dex save or do I roll dexterity?
Dexterity.
Yes.
It was just for in the case of Kopake, it's the same, so it didn't matter.
Okay. Well, I have a bonus in my dex save, so I roll the save.
No, you rolled the straight.
Hmm.
What? A red box of redness. What? Joel! I'm
Joel.
assuming that was you.
Oh.
I refreshed my page and I see something called the red box.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
someone just had to give ideas.
Oh,
I
this
have to
thing.
say, it's very apropos.
Okay. Well, I got a 17 on my dex.
Ah, okay. I don't. Then you definitely get on it. So what's your
Athletics.
athletics?
Yeah, this is the one I'm worried about.
You got
Can I
this.
help
Don't
him to
worry.
give him? Oh
Oh no!
Did you say nat 20?
no! It's a
Sure.
fail.
Sure.
I can't see the roll.
It's
so
a zero. You got a zero.
Zero.
It's a nat 1, and I have -1.
So here's what happens. It immediately moves like 1 inch and you just fall right off.
Great.
I catch him.
You don't even need to. He hasn't even been able to leave the cliff and he falls off.
Oh
Which
dear.
Joel Randron finds really hilarious. He says, "You're supposed to hold on."
Yeah, I don't have the best arm strength.
Oh, hey, the zero just showed up for me.
Well, maybe rub it in.
I guess it's my turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Not bad. Not bad.
You're gonna have to tell me what you rolled because I can't see
Oh,
it.
13.
Alright, so yes, you do manage to barely get a hold of the thing.
Alright, athletics. 9.
Okay, well, you fall off too. However, this one gets like it starts flying and you fall off, but you got wings, so you'll be fine.
Okay. Whew.
And Golrandron's looking and he says, "Are you sure you should have gone for the big one? Why don't you do the little ones?"
All right, well, I guess we're doing that then.
And you both notice that there's one particular pterodactyl who's just sitting there eating and is absolutely not paying attention to anything that's going on. Like all the rest of them are watching you guys. This one is just like eating.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Let's see if we're in the space here.
Do we have to roll the same thing?
Yep.
So dexterity again. I failed.
Well, you would say that. However, this one doesn't seem to give two shits, and you just climb up.
Oh, there. Okay.
Alright.
And when it slowly starts to move, and this is when you realize, now that you're on it, that this one is kind of fat and moves really, really slowly.
Oh.
So you're able to hold on to it. Like, it is moving really slowly. It's like a sloth.
This is one of our tokens. Can we keep track?
Right, so I'm going to take one of the ones who are actually paying attention.
And Dol Randron is rolling around on the floor laughing, and he says, "Oh, you got old Slowy."
Oh, slowly.
Oh.
Yeah. That one's been around for a really long time.
Old Slowy needs love too.
Warm that poor old boy up a can of beans.
Yeah, apparently
Okay, well,
this one has a love of snacks and treats and regularly goes to the village just to get food from the kids.
Oh.
His name.
Don't mind him. He just needs a bowl of Jello. Look at old Slowy.
All right, but you're going for. I believe you said Sombra's going to go for one of the not.
Yeah,
Not
one of the
all
normal
stories.
ones.
It's okay, Miss Slowly. I still love you.
And I got a dirty
He's so cute.
I see that. It actually showed up.
20 on my decks.
Yeah.
Got
Well,
a dirty
you
what?
up on there. A dirty 20.
You got a 20.
Oh.
Sombra has turned into Crocodile Dundee for the moment.
Apparently. But we'll see how long that lasts when he rolls athletics.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not as good.
Well, you'd be surprised. These ones don't fly so fast. They're much smaller and much easier to hold on to. So you're clinging to it. Now for the crucial part. You get tossed a giant hunk of meat. Animal handling.
Both of us?
Wow, I actually rolled
You
the
don't need
19.
one. Old Slowy doesn't need animal handling.
I rolled the 19.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah. So, yeah, it looks like it wants to fling you off right up until you give it the meat. And then it's like, oh, okay, fine. You're giving me meat. That's acceptable.
People.
Yeah. And Old Slowy doesn't require animal handling because he's already basically the most tamed thing ever. Yeah, Dolrandron tosses meat, and Old Slowy intercepts it before Sheba can catch it and just eats it himself.
Okay. Can I pat him?
If you want.
I pat him. He's so cute.
He's very fat and slow.
He's
He
jump.
like half the speed of the other ones.
Oh. But he's like so squishy.
He's very squishy.
He's so cute.
Yeah, Dolrandron is still laughing at Old Slowy. He says, take good care of Old Slowy.
Mm-hmm. He's getting all the hugs.
So that makes 3 pets now.
Yep. You can now fly. Well, you can use them to fly and deliver your messages.
That's gonna take a while.
Yeah. And now that you've done that, Dolrandron's gonna lead you back to the Blue Dragonborn tribe's location. And when you get there, you see Sasha already there with her drakes, ready to go. However, when she realizes you've got Quetzalcoatlus and pterodactyls, she's just like, oh, I guess I didn't need to wait. And she says, I guess she'll see you later, because she's going to the lake and whatever, you guys know the way.
Mm-hmm.
She tells you to make sure to fly high so you don't get caught.
By what?
By the humans! You don't want to get seen. Or they'll shoot
Fair
you
enough.
down.
It's got a point.
Mm-hmm.
So should we... if that's the case, then would it be best to wait till night?
She says, well, it could be safer that way.
Can the pterodactyls see in the night?
They do not have dark vision, no.
Okay, well, we'll just have to fly close to the clouds then. Hopefully that will obscure the human's vision.
We'll just fly above the clouds.
Like she said, fly high.
Okay.
Cue the Aladdin music.
A whole new world.
God damn. Okay, I guess we're heading back.
Lee. So, You guys head back, and while you're on your way back, we're gonna switch to the brothel group and find out whatever shenanigans they're doing that I definitely didn't prepare for. Oh boy, there's too much maniacal laughter. That word.
Talk to Eve.
Alright, you guys, what are you up to?
Well, as I say, Mr. Burns Hansing. So, the first thing that I wanted to do, as you know, was I wanted to make my sister a identical but better awesome hat.
Yes, because you returned the hat to Reggie the Rogue. You returned his hat to him.
However, there's no point in giving a hat back to a dead person. So once she's taken her trophy, I'm just going to replicate said trophy and make it more jewel, just so that she has a cool hat.
Yep.
Cool hat,
Go
cool hat.
ahead and post, because you and I both already know you have the artwork, because I've seen it. For everybody.
I will do that in a moment. Second thing is I know that there was plans about doing a recon/scouting mission to the capital. Anthos, I'm talking to you.
Reconnaissance mission. You're a part of it, apparently.
I'm sure you recall that we were having a conversation about you taking a reconnaissance/scouting mission to the capital.
With Corbo.
Wait, no, because Corbel is spending. We just had the interaction at the mine, so Corbel is going back to the mine.
Mm-hmm. That was in a week, yes?
But it's already been a week since, we had the week where Corbel did the introduction, said come back in a week, and then we had that week, and then Joel had their fight at the end. So we're at the beginning of the following week.
See, I kind of thought it was otherwise, to be honest. I thought we had just started at the beginning of our week and were deciding on what we were going to do.
No, he's right. He had it right. You guys, at the end of that week, was the fight we had last session with Reggie, the cheating rogue.
So how often is he required to go to the forge?
No, he doesn't know yet.
Yeah.
Well, at some point, we need the head of our organization to look at going into the capital, and, we're going to have to expand territory, and we need to get familiar with the territory.
Yes, eventually.
Well, eventually isn't good enough for the alibi that I require.
You can't kill the Catman right now, honey.
I want to!
But
Why
I
does...
want to do a murder.
I want to do
Why is killing the Catman mutually exclusive here?
Because in order to kill the Catman and turn Corbel into the next taxman, I wanted him to have an alibi, which means he needs to be out of town for a little bit while this happens.
So, being at the mine?
Is that out of town enough, DM?
It's...
Yep. Multiple days away.
Excellent.
Besides, Catman tried to kill Corbel.
Hi, Layla.
Layla agreed.
Layla, not you. We're not trying to kill you, Layla.
No, Layla's great. Layla didn't try to kill me. At least that I'm aware of.
No, Layla has, as far as I know, Layla has never tried to kill anyone, other than the general sense of quiet.
Okay, that's a lie. She's tried to kill her owners many times by being under their feet as they're trying to walk.
I was talking about Jules' Layla, not your Layla.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
Your
Okay.
Layla has, yes, tried to kill everybody by tripping them.
Or stacking at them all day.
Let's get Shoot.
So I guess Corbel will obviously spend the first day, spending some time with Fable, quality bonding time, before eventually setting up to the mine with supplies, whatnot, and a notepad to take notes, and
Ooh, excellent.
that's all I can think of right now.
All right.
You have everything else that you need there.
Yeah, I probably just need like a couple days worth of food.
Oh,
Pete's
they've
got you
got
covered for that. Plenty of truffle bread, loaded with bacon.
Oh yeah, no magic. Rations.
I mean, you can't call it butter bread without having a solid brick of butter in there.
Yes, you can.
All right. Well, other than the semantics of butter bread, yes. So Corbel goes back to the mine, and when he gets there, he finds the mine chief yelling at people in that way that he does. And then he says, "Oh, right, I forgot told you to come back." He's like, I guess I'll, whatever. Pain in the butt. And then he sees the notepad, and he says, "Well, at least you know proper respect to take notes of what I say." And then he's looking at you like, make sure to get that pencil ready.
Corbel will give him his biggest smile. To was it Steinberg was his name?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, it was. That's correct. But he tells you to call him Mine Chief.
Alright. Alright, Chief Steinberg.
Hey, go down here.
Oh my god. Fuck this.
Orly, that was awesome. Thank you for that.
Whatever you say, Mine Chief Steinberg.
Mon Vieux! Mein Vieux!
No.
So he says, first things first. He knows that you can at least smith somewhat passably. Again, you know he's kind of underplaying it a little bit. But you definitely see what you made him last time is still on his waist, so, take that for what you will. And he says, the first thing you gotta know is that, like he mentioned before, this is a very heavily regulated by the capital. So, no bending or breaking the rules. Or else.
The only thing I'll be bending is the metal.
And he says, that's another thing. Throw away everything you already know about it, because it's completely different with this.
Go on. And Corbel will get his will be like, at the ready mark with his like pencil and paper.
Yeah, and he just starts walking away as he's talking, walking towards the mine itself, and then walking into the mine, and just keeps chattering away, not actually even looking to see that you're following him.
It's like the opening scene in Jurassic Park.
And what is he chatting away about?
So he's telling you about adamantine, the things you already know, the most basic things about how hard it is, and how it's basically impossible to mine in the traditional way, and that this whole continent is just absolutely filled with the stuff, an incredibly thick layer everywhere. And going on and on about how, for a really long time, the president had been trying to figure out what to do until one day they figured out exactly how to do this, and he says, one day they happened to just capture just the right perfect slave for the job. They captured a gnome who figured out how to do it.
Clever.
Yep. And he says, say what you want about those little pipsqueaks. They know how to make stuff. And then he kind of stops in front of this big-ass huge machine, and he says, this is how we mine the metal.
I see. I'm assuming it looks like a jackhammer of sorts?
Yeah, a little bit. However, You can see it's really huge. Like, there's a part that kind of straps to the back of the person who's using it, and then it goes to a much larger machine off in the distance. So he says, this is how we do it. And basically, they use molten metal, like steel, and it's pressure fired through this tube with a jackhammer.
So they're basically plasma cutting with molten metal.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Yep. And he kind of points to, you can see one of the humans not that far away, and he's got a welding mask down, and he's just doing exactly that, plasma cutting off a chunk of adamantine, which falls with a loud thunk, and then 10 guys run over and just pick up the piece and huck it in a minecart, and they start pushing it out of the area.
Interesting. Carva will be taking notes about how they're going about extracting the metal, who seems to be doing what job on the machine.
Yeah, so you notice that there's one guy at the end working it and actually aiming it, but you notice at the back there's a whole bunch of people operating the molten pressure thing. So it's attached where they're constantly melting more metal at the back, and then there's people kind of pumping it to keep the pressure up.
Okay.
There's a lot of manual work. It's like a 12-person job to operate the one thing.
Okay. And then I'm assuming there's some people who are just laying about ready to catch adamantine chunks.
Yes, there's a chunk of particularly burly humans off to the side, waiting ready to go to basically pick up whatever hunks get lopped off.
Okay. So it's industry and labor intensive.
Yep, but as you remember, there are no slaves involved in this particular industry. All humans.
Now, are they all volunteers, is my question.
I guess you don't know. He hasn't really said anything. All you know is it's definitely all humans.
Insight.
I don't think he was asking that question to the guy.
Not yet, no. I don't
didn't
want to
think so.
ask too many questions.
Well, I had a feeling that was an above-table question. But yes, you don't know at this point, but you do know that there are absolutely only humans working on this, because he even told you it's really regulated and no slaves are allowed.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Okay.
says, and he reminds you that this is all trade secrets, so, keep your mouth shut and don't let anybody see your notebook.
Corbel will just mime zipping his lips shut.
Uh-huh. He says, well, you wouldn't want to be in trouble by the police if you didn't do it right. And he says it'd be this whole big thing, and it would be really bad. And he says that I'd get in trouble, and I know you don't want me to get in trouble, and he, gives you the look like, you don't want to get me in trouble, right?
Oh, yes, of course! I mean, you being so nice and showing me all this stuff.
And he says, well, yes, exactly. I'm going out of my way to do you this massive favor and be such a good teacher. I wouldn't want to, get in trouble for my efforts. And anyway, so then he kind of he just kind of walks past you back out of the mine itself.
Mm-hmm.
And he walks you over, and he now says, all right, so now for the next part. Again, throw away everything you think you know, because this isn't how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And so he shows you, first of all, with those giant hunks that they've kind of lopped off and brought out, you can see them hurl it onto this big-ass metal block, and then he says, stand back, and everybody there, at the same time, all just puts on, protective goggles, and no, he doesn't have a pair for you.
Corba will stand and a few extra steps back and also cover his ears.
Yeah, and from above the big metal block above it just slams down all of a sudden, and with a really loud crashing sound, and you've noticed that now the chunk of adamantine has basically been crushed into rubble. And again, he points to, you can see again, it's kind of hooked up to, again, more hydraulic kind of stuff. They're a hydraulic press where they're smashing it into pieces. And you've also noticed that after it, the block above is ruined and has to be replaced each time. Good for one go. You can see a bunch of people running over there to kind of lift it off and replace it with another giant block of metal.
Does that press look like it's made out of steel?
No.
Does it look? Would Corbel be able to determine what type of metal is used in the press?
Yeah, it's adamantine. Just the part that's at the end that's being replaced isn't adamantine. And then you notice that it's hooked up to a conveyor belt, which then slides the now kind of rubbleized adamantine down to the next thing, which basically dumps it in what looks like a pool of molten adamantine. And he explains that that thing can never be cooled because it'll be ruined if it is. Once the stuff hardens again, like he says if that pool hardens, it will be unable to be dealt with.
It'll be a solid chunk of adamantine. You'll have to repress it.
Well, he says you can't pools down once. That's it.
Oh, you only got one go.
We only got one go, otherwise it ruins the metal. This says that's kept hot 24/7.
Are they like? Is there like a giant amount of wood that's constantly burning, or are they using coal, or?
Yeah, you notice that it's a combination of coal, wood, people. Like it looks. There's giant bonfires. Again, it looks like people are pumping something into it, or underneath it, I should say. And he says it's a lot of effort. You see, like probably to keep this thing running, 50 guys.
You know, I'm having like pictures of like that scene from Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers, where you're seeing like Saruman's industry and like how the Uruk are working their stuff. That's sort of like the mental picture I have right now.
Yeah, it's not dissimilar to that. That's a pretty good way of picturing it. Yeah. So yeah, you notice that there's a lot of people involved in like keeping each part of this going. Has a ton of people for really not that much. And then you notice people will come over with and kind of basically grab adamantine out of the liquid thing. They've got machines that basically come and scoop out chunks, and they bring it over to their workstations and they put it into. They work with it. They keep it hot, and they have to work really quickly because once it cools down, that's that. And he says that's where only the masters can do it. The stuff cools down pretty quickly. You have to be, but it's wet while it's molten. It's really easy to work with, but the second it cools down, it's ruined. So you have to be perfect and fast and get everything go in one go. No room for error.
Huh.
And he says that's where you need a permit from the capital to be able to actually be allowed to do that part.
Okay. So there's like a... Okay. So what's the next stop on the tour then?
He takes you actually to his office next. And he says, that's really all we have here. The most basic stuff. He says all the more interesting stuff is done at the capital.
Okay, so basically this operation is once they melt it, then they turn it into bars, and then the bars get sent off to the capital to be worked?
Pretty much.
Okay.
And you see that they do make the tools, some of the tools they need and other things out of adamantine right here because they don't want to be sending it back and forth. So like the parts that were being broken and replaced, and even you can see like you could see in the middle of making another one of the machines that people are using to do the mining.
Got it. Okay.
So some of the work is done here. But not that much.
Okay. So would Corbel be able to learn how to make adamantine tools? So what is so when we're in the office, what does Sorry, Mine Chief Steinberg saying.
So he tells you that that's basically all they've got going on here, and that he, as much as he would love, and he uses like air quotes with love to let you work on the stuff, you'll need more permission than being able to than what you've got. To actually work with it, you need a permit from the capital.
Ah, okay.
But he
So,
says he will write you a letter that you can take to. He tells you, he just says you can take it to Jones down up at the Capitol. He says
the letter to Joan in the capital.
Jones.
Oh, Jones in
Yeah.
the capital.
Yep. And he says take it to him, and assuming he's in a good mood, he might let you. Might let you take a gander at what they've got up there. No promises.
And why wouldn't he be in a good mood?
He says because he's an asshole.
Oh, you mean he's not reasonable like you are?
He says exactly. He's not reasonable like me at all.
Uh,
Complete asshole.
Oh.
So
Does he
demanding of people beneath him.
Does he at least have, like, I don't know, a favorite tree?
Yes. The tears of his workers.
Wow.
Wow.
That's saves alright.
Likes the tears of his worker. Corbel will write that down.
Oh yeah.
Keith will take that very literally.
Oh God.
I feel a prank is in the works.
Anyway, he says, so that's your tour. I've shown you it. Don't break the rules or else we're getting trouble. And he says, now, get the hell out.
Sure. And now, by the way, how long have I been at this camp?
Tour? Probably 3-4 hours. It hasn't actually been that long.
Have I seen a convoy leave for the capital in that time?
No, but you can see that they're prepping one.
Ah, okay. And then, I'm assuming part of the prep is, like, they're putting adamantine into, like, these trucks?
They sure are.
And I would have seen how much...
There's an inspection of all the troops involved, because like I said, there's like 50 to 100 guys on each of these convoys. And they inspect the machines, the trucks carrying the stuff, the tanks, all the motorcycles, everything.
So it's, okay, good general inspection.
Yep.
Okay, and then, now, I've seen their process for how they're generating adamantine. I have a good idea of, like, what their output per hour is, quote-unquote.
Yeah. It's a pretty slow process.
So based upon the fact I know what their output is, and I see, they have transport trucks, and I could probably make a guesstimate as to how much room is inside those trucks for adamantine, how frequent would their convoys be?
You can make a pretty fair estimate that there's about one every week.
One a week, okay.
Is Corbel using his god math powers?
No, he's using common sense by being able to look at what they did and then look at how much it takes, how much can be carried, and the fact that he's here about a week later from when he was here last time, and there's a convoy again.
Okay. Now, Corbel is going to very innocently and very innocuously see if it's possible to travel with a convoy, because, it's so many people here. I imagine traveling in this convoy must be very safe. You'd be as safe as a bug in a rug traveling with you guys if I wanted to go to the capital.
Yeah, well, the second you get even close to the convoy leader tells you to get back off or he'll kill you.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Okay, Corbel will back off.
Yeah, no taggers on allowed.
Okay. Had to try it.
Yep.
Alright, well, I guess Corbel will make his way back to the brothel. and let Fable know what he has discovered. And the rest of the party.
I'm just now.
So that's like how many days? 4 days later?
Yep.
2 days there, 2 days back?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I'm just picturing now train robberies with our supposedly dead players. I'm gonna have to make them cowboy hats. Okay, anyway, sorry, train of thought.
I can make a bridge that can get us over to the top of the train. Just give me a second.
Train robbery thing is not terrible as an analogy for what's the way that the convoy kind of operates.
Right? It's gonna be great. They need black hats. Anyways. So over the course of those 4 days, so that means, well, since Fable just had a bit of a moment where she was feeling very down and insecure, she's going to do what Fable does best. And that's do something absolutely crazy because it makes her feel better about herself. So, Fable would have had a conversation with her sister and made a bit of a plan. So over the course of those 4 days, would the cat taxman have come in?
Oh yeah, he's there every day.
Okay. Has he been attending my performances?
He has every day.
And I'm still getting the same response from him.
Yes.
Okay. One more question, very important. I have gotten a good look at Anthos's mask, correct, that he wore when we pulled the first stunt?
I would think so, yes.
So I would be able to recreate it?
I believe so, yes.
You gotta find Smalabaster, but yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to work. It just has to look like it. And I'm also going to sew some ears onto a cloak with some of the wonderful costumes and disguise kit options. And give that to my sister. And as soon as I'm done my performance on, let's call it the second day, Fable is going... Fable is going to take one of the love potions that she made with Preishu for this. And she is going to put it in a drink that I've noticed that he's been drinking when he comes to watch. And I'm going to bring it over to his table personally. And I am going to sit down at the table this time with him.
Are you going to ask him permission to sit?
No, I'm not.
You're such a defiant slave.
And I am going to sit right next to him. And I am going to submissively make sure that my posture is below him, but that I'm looking up at him. And I'm going to say, you know, you're in here every night. And I see the way you look at me. But you never ask for me.
And he's gonna say, no, I don't.
Fable's going to look sad. And she's going to say, may I be as curious as to ask why?
And he chuckles slightly and he says, "For the things I really want, I like to wait a while."
He's a cock holder.
Has he had his drink yet?
Yeah, he takes a sip of his drink.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to giggle lightly at his comment, and I'm going to say, well, I can understand that.
Yeah, I'm rolling his con save for his drink.
Uh-huh. Yeah, not with that.
He's getting a little flush.
I'm going to say, I can understand wanting to savor before you taste. However, I personally like to take advantage of a situation. And my situation right now is while the master's away, and I'm going to blow into his ear as I speak, this cat wants to play. We can be, and Fable's going to look excited. We could be very playful about it. Why don't you take me to your place? Nobody will know. It'll be our little secret.
Excuse me.
Isn't it more fun when it's our little secret?
He's gonna say, as long as nobody tells your owner. I wouldn't want my business partner to feel betrayed.
Oh, don't worry. He won't. The game is make sure nobody sees me. The prize is me. Just call me Long Tresser.
He says, I like the sound of that game.
Excellent. So, I'm gonna let him sneak me into his place. And I'm going
Joel needs a stealth roll to follow.
Yes.
If you're following, yes, you definitely need a stealth roll.
Yes. That's what I said.
One more thing.
Uh-huh.
I'm bringing the Mr. Cuddles stuffed animal with me.
Alrighty.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you need for him to sneak me into his place?
Well, despite the fact that he's supposed to be pretty secretive about it, he's not particularly secretive. He takes off his cloak, he throws his cloak over your head, and he just kind of leads you out.
Wow. Wow. That's
Pretty much everyone in the area kind of just, turns their heads and pretends not to notice.
Alright.
Well.
That's good. Okay. So, how far is his place from the bar?
15 minutes. It's not very far away.
Alright. This might change things a little bit, but not by much. Not enough that I have to be concerned. As soon as we get to his place. By the way, is he at least more cautious about it when we're out on the street?
Yeah, he is.
Good. As soon as we get there, I'm going to let him take me up to his room.
Can you roll a stealth roll for Jewel?
I'd love to roll a stealth roll for Jewel. Are our character sheets up or do I need to open them?
I thought it was up, but it doesn't look like it. What you got? Yeah.
Journal. Okay.
Scroll down.
Scroll down.
No magic.
This one. Character sheet. Haha! I'm figuring this out.
That's what I thought. Yeah, nobody sees Jewel.
Excellent. Once I get him to his room, I'm going to squeeze the stuffed animal in his face and put him to sleep.
Uh-huh.
Then I'm going to
Hang on, let me roll his con save just to see. I don't know if you noticed, but he's not very he's pretty yeah, he's extremely out of shape and fat, and he's never done a thing in his entire life, basically.
And he's mine now. So, not that, I'm going to tie him up and I'm going to gag him and make sure that he can't make any sounds. And I would like to investigate his room so that I can find his paperwork.
Alright. Well, I will need an investigation roll for that.
Color, no magic. Here we go. Character sheet. And investigation.
Yeah, alright. So, it's not that hard to find his paperwork. Again, he does have them in a safe, though. But
Okay,
it's not even locked right now.
excellent. I would like the paperwork that names the next. Because I'm pretty sure they must have a system on how they decide the next tax man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for that.
Well, that comes from a decree from the capital based on the recommendation of the current tax collector.
I want to write the paperwork to recommend the next from this tax collector to be Corbel, whatever his name is right now. What was it?
I don't remember what his alias was.
Jimmy Walker or something?
No, Johnny Walker.
Oh, that's right!
Thank you. Talking about how, even though he's only met him recently, how they've really bonded over, the way that they do business, and that he trusts him, and that he thinks that he will be the best choice to make the smoothest transition, yada, yada, yada.
Got it.
Is there a will?
Oh, there's a will.
There's a will, there's a way.
Beat
Thank you.
me to it. Well done.
Yeah, currently, he's willing everything back to the state.
Yeah, okay.
Wow. How basic.
What? It totally sounds like he's whipped.
Well, I'm not going to make it too suspicious. I'm not going to take everything, but I want his business ventures to be transferred to his business partner.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that any income that will be required to make the transition as smooth as possible, and then anything left after that can go to the state or whatever he wants.
Sure.
Excellent. Any other interesting paperwork that I should be aware of while I've got time?
Oh, well, there's a blueprint for plans for a more extreme version of his underground fighting arena that he was planning on having constructed.
Okay. Well, that'll be horrible soon anyway, because he's going to be taking over that business venture due to the paperwork I just messed with.
Let's see, what else is in there?
Anything that I'm not aware of that he owns or operates?
There's just a list of all the fighters.
What about his slaves? What happens to them when he goes?
They get given to the state.
Nope, they're getting given to us.
Alrighty then.
And I am going to, this time, make sure that all of this paperwork is in a very safe place that's hopefully fireproof. How's that safe of his?
It looks like it's made of adamantine.
Beautiful. I'm going to lock it. Is he awake yet?
Yeah, he's awake now.
Alright. Well, Mabel's not going to hide what she's doing from him. In fact, it's going to be fun to do it right in front of him. And then when I'm done, and I turn to him and I lock it behind him, and I say, it's very important to make sure that you keep these things locked, you know. You never know who's going to look through them. And then I'm going to walk over to the bed, and I'm going to drop the accent. And I'm going to say, you did it to yourself, you know. However, I want you to know that this is nothing personal. Or at least it wasn't at first. However, the more I got to know you, it's just the more I needed... the more I needed to make an example of you. You see, people like you make people like me. And there shouldn't be people like me. And Fable's going to climb onto the bed on top of him. And she's going to grab him by the jaw. She's going to extend her claws and she's going to sink it into either side just to make sure that she has a good grip to hold his head in position. And she's going to unsheath her acid dagger. And she's going to look him in the eye and she's going to say, Au revoir, Preceptor. And just stab him from the bottom of his jaw all the way up to his brain and then release the acid.
Ooh.
Dang.
I can picture that shit.
Jeez, yeah. Well, he's very dead.
He's dead, Jim.
He's dead.
He is dead, Jim. Very, very dead.
I'd be even more terrified if he actually did survive that.
Well,
I don't think he'd want to survive that. He'd rather be dead at that point.
Yeah.
Then, Fable is going to get up and she's going to take a bow to herself in the mirror.
Oh.
And she's going to start setting charges all around the office. Or the bedroom, or wherever the fuck we are. I'm blowing this place up. And I'm going to...
Joel, by the way, during this time, is drawing a big 13 on the side of the building and a dick.
Excellent.
It's 666. Why not?
96, what?
666, not 96.
The number of the bees.
Fable's going to leave the room to the back exit, but before she leaves, she's going to hit the button to explode the shit out of his room, which is her sister's cue.
Mm-hmm. Well, it explodes.
Excellent.
Well then, outside, are there anybody around to
Oh, there's
see?
people around who have run off, running and screaming from the explosion, and now there's an alarm going off, the same alarm you heard last time.
I want to know if there's a crowd staring, looking at the burning.
Well, the first thing you see is people running away, but then as it starts to burn, yes, people start to gather and stare at it.
Well, just on the edge of these people's vision, Jewel is going to light a torch and walk, and then she's going to, look at them with the mask and the pointy ears and be like, oh shit, they're seeing me! And then, fucking Naruto run with one arm and the other one holding the torch so that people can still see her.
God. You know what? Just because I'm curious, can you roll a performance for that ridiculous display?
Yes, she can. Hold on 1 second. Let me get her character sheet.
Honestly, I had a map for the bar because I just wonder how it looks like. Especially those interactions.
I'll go look it if it's bad. Honey,
Yeah, I know. I clicked on it.
click on the sheet.
No, it's rotate being funky. They did that to me.
Close Fable sheet.
There
There we
it
go.
is.
Okay. And you wanted performance, right?
Yep.
And if it's low, lock it. Yeah, lock it. What other things am I doing today? Nothing.
I clicked it twice. There it goes.
Oh, well, that's your performance, DM.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
dear.
12 isn't great.
Wow.
However, a bunch of people are still like, oh my god, it's Slave 13! He goes that way, and then you see a bunch of, armored people running after her.
And she's gonna, Batman jump from, the wall to the wall, climbing up onto the roofs, and, dropping down in the next alley, and then running out, so that more people can see her.
Rogue shit.
Yeah, and like one of the people like pulls out a pistol and fires wildly in your direction. I mean, they don't hit you, but like they're like, shoot them, and then you're gone.
When the guy fires the gun, she'll turn around, stop Naruto running for a moment, and wag her finger at him.
Nice.
Oh my
And
god.
like 2 fingers to her eyes, and then 2 fingers to him. And then she'll start Naruto running again.
Love it.
And then leave.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so now the alarm is blaring all over town. You see the guards running around shouting, number 13 again. They killed the cat man, the tax collector.
While Jewel has created this distraction, Fable has left.
Alrighty then. Yeah. Yeah, nobody notices you leave. I mean, I guess you should roll stealth for me, just in case, but...
Oh, wait, sorry, I'm on Jewel's page. Sorry. Hold
Just
on.
don't roll a 1. How's that?
There you go.
Well, now that you said that,
Dirty 20 still good.
Oh yeah, nobody sees that.
Yeah. So, Fable's gonna sneak back into her room. Actually, no. Yeah. Fable will sneak back into her room. And she is going to be feeling pretty high on herself right now. And she'll probably go find Anthos and Keith and Kieran to let them know what the sisters have been up to, just so that they're not surprised.
Oh, they're so surprised. The alarms are blaring, people are shouting, everybody knows exactly what happened.
Yes, however, they might not know it was us. So I just want Anthos and Keith. Keith knows. Well, actually, I'm not sure if Keith knows.
He normally would with the mind connection.
So if I just let...
I imagine she will probably talk about it to him at the campsite.
So yes, Fable will tell Anthos and Kieran what she has done. So very soon we will have all of the business ventures, we will have his title, and we're going to have the fight pits.
neat.
Yeah, they just need to stop the place from being on fire so that they can get to the paperwork and make sure it was safe.
Alright.
Sounds dope.
And
What does happen is the town is very much locked down.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
Reminds me of Toronto.
yeah, people are informed that nobody's coming or going until people from the capital come to investigate this. Because now this is twice that somebody's been murdered by this person.
The question now is, how does Corvo get back in?
Yeah, that is true. When Corporal gets to town, it's very much barricaded.
Well, Corporal's gonna be
I imagine it'll be like, this wasn't here when I left.
Yeah, when you show up, they inform you that as much as they'd like to let you in town, you're not allowed in. Nobody comes or goes. Nobody.
I think that they would be looking for him considering he's named in the paperwork.
They haven't opened the safe yet.
God. They haven't made it to the safe in 2 days?
Oh, they've got the safe. They haven't opened it yet. They're not. The one who gets to open the safe has to come from the capital first. The
So,
investigators.
how long is this going to last?
So here's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be about a week before the people from the capital get there. So they say, unfortunately, you can't come into town. They can give you accommodations, and they point to like tents, but unfortunately, you can't go into town. However, during that week, it's going to be the exact same time that a certain group of people are coming back. So, you know.
Corporal will make a show of protesting.
Excellent. That is very convincing because it's the exact same thing the other people who have shown up are like, what the fuck? I'm important. I can be allowed
Excuse
in
me?
town. Yeah.
Why do I cannot be in town? I wasn't even in town when this happened.
And the guy's like, I'm sorry, sir, but this is my job, and nobody's allowed to come or go until we're told we can by the investigators.
And then Corbo's like gonna put an arm around his shoulder, and then he's gonna reach in his pocket and be like, you know, I'm always looking for nice people in town. You know, I always got my eye open. You sure I can't do anything for you? Because now I'm worried about my brothel. I'm worried about my girls. Like,
And he says, I'd love to let you inside, but if I did, the Inquisitors would kill me, and my family, and my grandparents, and everybody who I've basically ever befriended as punishment.
That's good.
can you at least deliver a message for me?
Persuasion.
And then Corbo is gonna, put his hands pocket and jingle it a little bit, make that sound.
I will keep that in mind.
Why do I just picture it saying, "What did you do?"
He just slipped
So
him a
yes, let's
tip.
do that. Let's do that persuasion. All right. So yeah, he takes the bribe and he takes whatever note you want and he'll deliver it to whoever it is you've asked it to be delivered to.
To the brothel.
And then, so he'll ask that it be delivered to the brothel, and it delivered to Kieran. And then the note will say something to the effect of, "Hey Kieran, can you give this to Fable, please? Hey Fable, just letting you know, it all went great. I found out tons of stuff for this week, and I will be camping for the next little while because I can't come in. Love, Corbel. Yes, I miss you a lot. I'm looking forward to seeing you again."
Oh, good thing he handed this to a schmuck. You made a cop. If he made a copy of you professing yourself to a slave.
Yes, true.
Yeah, this guy doesn't even try to read it. He just takes the bribe and goes into town and delivers it to. He leaves it at the bar to be given to the doctor.
Hair doctor.
Hey, doctor.
Yeah.
Dirk?
Then he goes back and he resumes watch and he tells Corbel he had it delivered. So, and once again, he apologizes for the great inconvenience.
And then Corbel will be like, "All right, well, you're just doing your job," and then he will pretty much storm off. Back
That's
to
what
the
everybody else
campsite.
has done. You can see the campsite is filled with the rich who are very pissed off because they're having to sleep in a tent, which they've never had to do before.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah. And at the same time, I'm going to say, just like a day or two later is when a certain group returns from far to the west, from the mountains, flying high.
They will see Corbel. He's got a campfire going, and he's roasting marshmallows.
Is he actually at the other campsite, or did he not stay at the other one where everyone else is?
I'm staying at the one where we have our NPCs.
Yeah, I didn't think he was staying with the other people. Yeah. So when you get there, you see a troll sitting on a bridge. You see Corbel. You see Reggie's there with his stupid hat. By the way, did we get the artwork posted for Jules' hat?
Oh shit! Hold on. I'm too busy murdering. Hold on.
Yeah. So that's what Sombra and Shiva and Kobaka see when they get back. They see, and Sasha is immediately extremely pissed at the troll who's desecrated the sacred lake by building a bridge.
No, they got you a naked cat in there.
No, right now there's now there's an argument because apparently he actually speaks Draconic, and they're arguing in Draconic about this bridge, and she's telling him to get rid of it, and he's saying he's not doing anything, he's not harming anything, he's just sitting there, and if she wants to cross it, she has to answer his riddles.
Yes.
Which eventually results in them having a fist fight, in which she trounces him, and then she immediately takes out her axe and chops the bridge.
Oh,
Oh no.
It just sounds like it escalated way too far.
Oof.
Just a harmless bridge.
Yeah.
What
She
did the
tells him
bridge
not to
ever
do
do
it
to
again.
you?
This is sacred land, and not to desecrate it. And then she sees fish in the lake again, because for some reason, every time she comes back, there's a shitload of fish in there, almost like they're supposed to be there, and they're coming from somewhere else. And she just like roars, and she starts getting rid of all the fish again.
in page.
Okay. Well, hi, Corbo. We missed you. And I go hug him.
Corbo's going to casually put the marshmallows to the side, make sure they don't get burnt or end up in the dirt, and then he's going to give Shiva a nice big hug.
Yay.
Because
So I
priorities.
assume everyone else is having fun in the town.
Oh yeah, it's been quite eventful. There's only one problem. We can't get into town right now. It kinda I'm not really sure what happened, I'll be honest. They just said something happened.
What does Fable do?
Yeah, you know what, that's probably a good summation. But yeah, some stuff happened, and now we're no longer here. Oh, and I found out about Adamantium. It's some pretty cool stuff there. They got quite the setup. And then Corbel's just gonna start, talking very actively and interestingly about the trade and that sort of thing.
Well, I look forward to seeing you put this knowledge to use when we finally get off this island.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. After all, we never got around to making those clam weapons.
True. Gotta make sure we bring back a lot of adamantium for that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure by the time we're done here, we'll have an entire island's worth.
Speaking of, we now have an army.
Do tell!
Alright, so this is a long story, so I'm just gonna recount it like off screen. I'm not gonna go through the whole damn thing.
Sombra,
We're
Kel,
just gonna tell the story about all the clans and how
Dragonborn.
we convinced them to join together and make the war council with Kapak as their war leader and yada yada yada.
That sounds fascinating.
I'm also going to tell him about the stuff that Kopaka drank, and he's actually doing better. He's no longer feeling that rage for goblins.
Corvo's gonna look at you and be like, what?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you could try some of this. One next time I'll take you there.
I will pass Kopaka. I don't know where that's been.
Oh, the white dragonborn leader said that we can't drink it.
Oh.
Because we can't handle it. But you can.
Yeah, I was fortunate. 2 minutes to Keith. Speaking of which, is Keith okay?
Keith is in town. He's kind of stuck in the inside the city.
No, just saying. What's the status like? Has he ever heard from him?
Well, I'm sure he's okay.
And yes, Corbel notices that they came in riding a Quetzalcoatlus and 2 pterodactyls, with one of them being particularly huge.
And slow.
And rotund. And slow. Old Slowy.
You know, I'm not sure what's going on with that Quetzalcoatlus, but I think you need to put him on a diet.
He's
a pterodactyl.
He's so squishy.
He's a pterodactyl who's like the size of Quetzalcoatlus because he's so fat.
I think you need to put him on a diet.
But he's so squishy.
Well, I don't know if we have time for that.
Oh, shit. So. There's always a time.
And somehow Old Slowy has caught multiple rodents and is eating them.
There you go.
Yeah, we have these so that we could like send messages to the Dragonborn. It's their only way of communicating.
Oh yeah, we started getting those messages ourselves a little while back. Started, you'd hear a thump on the top of the brothel, and yeah, we'd get a message in there. And oh yeah, by the way, were you guys aware that we now have a brothel?
Oh yeah,
No.
Jules
Where were
sent in letters.
Oh, okay.
Anything else that's been going
It
on?
sounds like an interesting business.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Also, Jewel is now a pit fighter.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she's now a pit fighter. She's actually pretty good at it.
Jewel is the pit fighter.
Tell me, does the brothel only employ female slaves, or are there male ones as well?
I think there were only female slaves.
Oh no, there were males.
There were?
Oh yeah, a few of them.
Okay. Corbo would say, there were a few males.
If you've been open up in the first place, though.
Why the curiosity?
Well, now that I'm back, I can start acting in case you need more assassins.
I'm sure we.
Yep.
Yeah, that seems good. We could always use more assassins. And
Assassins?
Assassins.
Oh my god. Yeah, well, just don't.
I mean, you were pretty good at Cinder's training, so that makes sense. Me, I'm kind of out of my whole element with all of this, so I'm just taking it one day at a time.
Well, I mean, as long as you're not having sex with them, I guess it's okay.
Oh no, Fable would kill me if I did.
I don't think easily. She let you die slow.
Yes, Fable would kill Corval if Sombra had sex with them. Oh my god, it's so funny.
You're like, oh, no matter what my love's gonna do to me, she'll strangle me with her vines.
I mean, I don't know if we can bring the Quetzalcoatls and the pterodactyls with us to the brothel.
Didn't somebody free a Drake from the
basement? Yes. Somebody did.
So in theory there would be room for Quetzalcoatl, we just have to sneak it into town. And if we're worried about how we're gonna sneak an animal into town, don't worry. Keith has got that covered. He has it down to a science.
Please do tell.
Well, you see, we knocked out this guy in the fight pit, but he was troll. He was kind of a big guy, but
that guy point to the troll.
You see that very troll sitting there, kind of pouting as his bridge has been destroyed.
So Keith tried to get him, but he was just barely able to slim him out there. He's a big guy and whatnot. But then we had a problem. How do we sneak an unconscious troll through a city? Because people be looking, and of course, if we're just dragging a giant troll around, it's gonna look really suspicious. So Keith had this great idea. He found a cow, and he found a tarp, and then he put the troll on the cow, and they put the tarp over it. And then it just looked like there was a cow with a tarp on, which isn't suspicious at all.
Are you saying we would have to put a tarp on the pterodactyls or something?
I mean, that's how Keith did it. I'm sure.
We have to get the cow.
Yes. So we did all that. It worked out great, and now we have a cow in the brothel.
I am not even gonna. Keith.
And somehow the cow made $10 or 10 gold.
That's the question mark profit there, right there.
So mad.
I agree. Who approved of renting out the cow? I don't remember feeling more.
They would be so mad.
Yeah, we wouldn't do that.
No, it was a joke. It was a reference, which I don't think people really got. But yeah, it was a joke.
cow carrying services. Get from the dock to whoever's house they need to. It's a pretty decent business plan, right?
But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, are you guys gonna sneak them in under tarps?
I feel like we need to wait for the quarantine to lift, and then once we're doing
Yeah.
that, then we'll have our
Corvo
animal
is
sneaking
also
expert
missing
Keith.
one very, very important part to that equation. It has to be Keith ushering that.
Yeah, that's what I
around.
was gonna say. Before we do anything, we need to have our animal sneaking expert in house. If we don't have that, it's no bueno.
All right, I guess we'll just wait here.
I love it how Keith is just the one who does all the weird.
Sorry, that quarantine wasn't my idea.
That's okay.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you tell a story.
Well,
I liked it. It was a good story. I like it. Bravo, off the media.
And then Corvo's gonna look to Kopaka and be like, by the way, good job.
Thanks.
So, are we going to be doing anything in town while the lockdown is still happening?
guys, I will tell you that alongside whatever it is the camp group might want to do, they do have to spend an entire week listening to a troll mope about his bridge being broken, a grumpy Sasha complaining about people being in the sacred lake, and Reggie blabbing on about his stupid hat.
Well, if you like, I can shut both of them up.
Well,
I have absolutely no doubt you could do that, but I don't know that you should.
does Lavina stuck in town? Does any vet come to talk to us?
Not until the end of the week when the quarantine is kind of getting close to getting lifted.
So they basically just shut down the town?
I mean, we could still get messages through Quetzalcoatlus mail, which is a sentence I never thought I would ever utter in my entire existence.
Mail time,
And yes, they shut down the whole town.
Mail time.
Where's that from?
Blue's Clues.
Oh, Blue's.
Oh my god, it's so long. Oh god. Good times.
We got another hole in the ceiling.
So does that mean that we have to be closed?
No, the town itself is allowed to operate as normal, just no one's allowed to leave or come in.
So does that mean that we have any stupid talkers that come to the door that gives us an idea of what we have coming?
That you do not. Those guarding the town do not leave their posts. They're not allowed to. So the one who took the letter was already kind of breaking it by going and delivering that letter, but he didn't stick around.
Okay.
Well, we're locked up in here. Who wants nachos?
Good job. Hey, always look on the bright side of life.
Yeah, let's just go.
Keith's been actually gathering a bunch of local ingredients, trying to figure out what kind of stuff he can make, like flour and...
Well, here's the thing. The local ingredients are all imported, so it's the same stuff you're already used to dealing with.
Okay, perfect. So, got eggs, got flour, got butter.
Yes.
Excellent. I've got a plan.
What's your plan?
But I need Cadence in here in order to fulfill this plan.
Well, we don't have Cadence yet, honey.
Yep. So, I guess we'll just have to wait till she gets back. In the meantime, other foods.
Well, if that's,
Corporal, I would like to do a performance roll
For what?
Corvo's gonna spend the week trying to write a poem for Fable.
I'm request performance roll.
Don't worry about it.
Sure. Alrighty. Let's see your
I must admit, she was not expecting this kind of strong reaction, and that she does. By the time she gets the letter, she feels kind of guilty about this.
All
Not
right.
about what she did, it's about that she didn't think of this.
Gee! Doing something and not thinking about the consequences. When has Fable ever done that?
Yeah, I know.
I honestly can't think of a single moment when this has ever happened in this campaign.
To be fair, I don't think you need to just do Fable with that. That pretty much applies to all of you at least once.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. We plan out everything thoroughly.
Exactly one person who I can't think of a single moment where they've done something without having crazy unintended consequences.
Yeah, like me
Are
following
you
Gollum.
implying that we didn't intend to destroy that drow castle?
Yes.
There's only one person, and that person is Kieran, who genuinely is kind of just chill.
Oh, come on. Tell me when Fable has jumped off the deep end. Oh, yeah, she's with Keith.
So,
Like,
Anyway.
Kieran, though, he's like the most normal person in the group, so.
So to prepare herself for this investigation, because they had given Fable a whole week to prep for this was their mistake. She's going to hide her notes. She's going to hide any important personal belongings that she has that can show any kind of bonds and ties. She is going to keep her ears and eyes to the ground when it comes to the girls. Do any of them seem like they're talking about anything? Because girls like to gossip.
Well, they are, but they're not talking. They're talking to each other and Kieran.
They're talking about how awesome Kieran is.
Yes, but you see, I can read lips. So anytime any of them are trying to talk amongst each other about maybe who they think did it, what's going on.
Oh, they all have theories that it's the big theory amongst them, even though it doesn't seem likely because they've never seen one, is that it's a ghost of a dead slave coming back for revenge. They're kind of convinced what it is.
Excellent.
Is there a bar fight happening? Well, not a bar.
No.
Okay.
There's no bar fights.
No, I mean the slave fight.
Yeah, those are off right now. Because the guy that organized it's kind of dead. He came down with a case of the deads.
Yes. He came down with mortal death. So yes, he's not organizing any fights. So yes, there's no fight.
Okay. One more question.
Uh-huh.
The outfit that I wore when I killed him. Now, I specifically used acid because that melts instead of slashing, causing less blood because it cauterizes. Is there blood on anything?
You did kind of go pretty violently from the throat, so I'm going to say there's still a little bit of blood, yeah.
Then I'm going to destroy that dress.
Good thing for spiders.
We will all give a moment of silence for Fable's lost dress. She cares very greatly about her clothes. A moment of silence.
Sacrifices must be made.
There goes one of the 8 that I brought with me. Now I only have 7.
Now that we've had our moment of silence.
No. This moment of silence is not complete before everyone types F into the Roll20 chat.
What?
F.
So,
why are people
You don't know the meme?
No, I don't.
I've explained this before, but basically, back when Call of Duty was on its like 5th or 6th sequel, they wanted to make movies more cinematic. So at one point, there's a guy who's like, he's at a funeral for his buddy, and the player's prompted to press F to pay respect.
It's really stupid.
Yeah.
Like the
This
threat
is how-
to doubt.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. That's pretty bad. All right. Anyway, yeah. So moment of silence for Fable's dress.
I also want to hide Beth. I want to have a place where I can keep Beth safe as well, and the mimic.
Well, I'll tell you what happens with Beth. Beth squishes up the wall and into like a crack in the wall.
Perfect. That's a good girl.
If you
All
remember,
right.
she's hiding. So
And then I'm just going to patiently wait for the next for when I actually have to do something.
yeah. Oh, and the mimic. I'm gonna say he makes himself look like, I don't know, what's an innocuous object?
A chair?
Yeah, hair. He looks like a chair.
Jewel is downstairs with the cow, making him the like awesome epic WWF wrestler's outfit.
Yes.
So that's who's going to be going in between the rounds with the cards. It's like round one, it's the cow.
I love
Anyway,
it. I love everything about it.
so here's what happens. The week passes by, and while the lockdown isn't lifted, somebody from the capital does show up. One of the 3 inquisitors you guys learned about shows up. Somebody very influential and important.
Oh yeah. And who is that?
Inquisitor number 1.
Oh,
The
great.
Inquisition, look out, send the Inquisition.
And
Does
his name is Clear. Klear.
Wow. I hate him already.
Clear with the K. Got it.
Nobody suspects the Spanish Inquisition.
Does he look familiar?
You have never seen this particular person before. He does not look familiar. He does, however, cut right to the chase and immediately start questioning everyone in town, one by one.
Alright.
And everybody is absolutely terrified of this guy.
Okay.
And
Is he stopping them in the streets?
yes, and a number of people. He has goons who are covered from head to toe in just black clothes with like masks. You can't see anything about them. They kind of fit the description of the guards you've kind of learned about from a certain somebody.
Good. That means that things are getting interesting.
Yeah,
I
and
can
a number of people are just hold off based on what they've talked to him about. If he didn't like what he heard, or he thought it was in any way even slightly suspicious, or they might have been holding anything back, they were taken away.
Okay.
You see quite a few people getting just shuffled off by these people.
Okay. Well, since he's doing this out in the street like an idiot, I can read lips from my window.
Yep.
What seems to be the consensus answer, and what seems to be what he's accepting and what he's not accepting.
Well, you can't see what he's asking per se because he's wearing a mask too, and it's covering his lips. However, what people are saying to him is things like "I don't know" or "I didn't see anything," or they're basically recounting the events as
What? I made sure to be seen by a whole bunch of people.
No. They didn't see like who did it exactly. They every time it's like number 13, and like there was just an explosion, and they chased them down. Like that, basically the same story. Nobody really saw anything in particular, any details. Nobody saw.
They just saw a masked figure.
They saw a
Run
masked
away.
figure and an explosion. They didn't see anything else.
Okay. Okay.
Basically, everyone's like, I don't know anything.
Okay.
But some people come across extremely nervous and panicky, and they get taken away.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He finally gets to the brothel.
Okay. Yeah.
Which, as soon as he enters, like it's just like a hush falls across the entire first floor as everyone kind of just turns to look at him at the same time. And he kind of just walks himself in there, and he goes right to the bar.
Uh-huh. which is I'm assuming where Keith is.
That's what I'm assuming.
Yep.
And he asks to talk to you. Find out if you know anything.
I have no idea.
Oh God.
You want a drink while you're here? No, fresh water.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Let's get him the water. Get him on the water.
Yeah, he declines the drink.
Alright.
And I will need a deception roll because you lied.
Want to use your luck?
Don't know what else.
Sure, why not?
Oh, my precious smile, please.
Oh.
Well,
My praise shoes, little bum.
please.
Alright, so he sits there and he says, "You seem nervous." Sure you don't know anything else?
I mean, I kind of just got into town. I don't know any of the folklore or anything. I don't know if there's any criminals running around. All I know is that I got here and 2 people and I found work here.
And he sits there and he says, He says, "Don't go anywhere. I might have more questions for you."
Alright. Sipping water.
Feels good.
That's good. Nice and fresh.
And drugged.
And big.
And then he starts asking people in there one by one, and he even goes up to the slaves and asks them questions.
Okay.
And then he goes back to Keith and he asks where the owner of the establishment is.
Oh, he's out of town. He should be back like a few days.
You know he's lost on the outside of town.
Yeah.
They would have fly over messages.
He's supposed to be back, but then apparently he got held up by the blockade outside.
Says, "Very interesting."
Good job, honey.
And he says, "I understand there's a doctor here."
There is.
Says, "Can you go get him, please?"
Alright, will do. Give me just a few minutes. So Keith is now gonna go and fetch Kieran.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a big scary man standing outside the back door over there.
That's not very descriptive because there's plenty of big scary men in the world.
Yeah, but scary men with masks are even more scary than regular scary men. So, big scary man.
I'm scared.
I'm scared about
Alright.
this.
Kind of looks a little anonymous-y.
Yeah. He's actually not that big. He's only maybe 5'8", and he's pretty slender.
Keith is actually about 5'8", but with the Inquisitor's hat, it makes him taller.
He's not wearing a hat. He was wearing a mask.
Keith was like 5'11".
That doesn't take away from the fact that he's intimidating.
Oh, he's definitely intimidating, but he's not big. And when Kieran kind of shows up, he's very impatiently tapping his foot. And when you arrive, he says, "Are you the doctor?"
Yes.
He says, "Well, then come with me."
Okay.
He says, "I want you to look at what's left of our recently departed tax collector."
There shouldn't be much.
It's a pile of rubble. He's dead, dude.
Well,
Alright.
I can see that guy got squashed. He's dead. This guy looks dead.
I believe he's suffering from necrosis.
Yeah, so he takes you to the to the location of his home, and he brings you upstairs, and he points to what's left, which is like an arm and a chunk of a torso.
Well, you see, the problem is that his head's over there and his heart's over here. They need to be in the same place.
And the cat.
Preferably pumping.
Yeah. So he asks you to take a look at the body and tell him what you think. He's watching you very closely.
All right, then just do a medicine check, and
Alrighty.
we're gonna lock it.
There's really not much to
There we go.
medicine on.
Yeah, so,
He's dead, Joe.
yeah, you know exactly how it died. You
Fire?
know the real. Well, yeah, you know actually how it died because you know what Fable did. However, you also know that as far as it looks, he was blown up.
Well,
I see a Sherlock Holmes flashback of possibilities of what might have happened, including possibly a chair that may have exploded towards his face and probably impaled him.
Yeah.
Shot through
So,
Okay, you see that there? You see that piece over there? And you see that piece over there? Yeah, that's textbook blown up. That there.
yeah. So Clear asks if there was any sign.
I don't want to go down that road.
He asked you to test the body to check if anything was done to it, if it was, if it looked like he was drugged or anything like that.
Just don't bury him in the old Indian burial ground.
Yes, thank
Oh
you.
my god.
You don't want to go down that road.
Well, I can tell you he pissed himself after he died.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, you guys, bring it back. So yes, he asked Kieran if there looked like he was in any way drugged or anything like that.
Based off the medicine, is there any evidence of it left?
Yeah, no, there's no evidence of it.
Well, just based off what's here, there's no evidence of any drugging.
Someone's alarm?
It's my alarm.
Yeah, it's
Or music box, more like.
Yes, I have like 20 alarms, so I wake up.
Those are some gentle ass alarms. I gotta say that right now.
They're very loud.
I hate musical
Yeah.
alarms.
My alarm's like, get up right now! Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you! Like,
Now who's gonna bring it back?
anyway, yes. So he tells you to stand by in case he needs to ask you more questions.
alright.
Actually, he tells you to come with him back to the brothel because he has to ask him more questions, and in case he needs to ask you something.
Okay.
He goes back to the brothel, and he kind of sits down, and he tells one of his people, one of his goons, to go find the proprietor outside of town. He should be waiting with the nobles, and go get him.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he sits there at the bar, just kind of jotting notes.
Geek's
Well, I'm
going to
assuming-
leave a cup of
Hey,
water
Corvo,
right
you're being
beside
summoned.
him and just leave it there.
Yeah, he doesn't take a sip.
Corbel did know when they were coming, so he would be waiting with everybody else to get back in.
Yes, that's what I'm assuming.
Yep.
So yes, Gorbel, you are kind of roughly grabbed by some goons who tell you you're wanted by the Inquisitor, and you don't have any say of the matter.
Once upon a time, I was told I was a very desirable individual.
So yes, you are hustled right over to the brothel and brought to the bar and basically put in the seat next to him. And he doesn't even look at you as he says, And he basically asks you where you were on the night of this. Because he now knows you know about it because you got told by the guard. So he basically says, "Where were you on that night?"
I was at a mining camp.
And he confirms if he asks about the mining camp if that's the one you're at, and it is. So then he sends one of his goons to go talk to them at the camp, and he says,
Tell me, you go ahead.
oh, okay, and he basically says, did you know that this is now twice that the tax collector's been murdered, a public official, by somebody. This has never happened before. Very interesting.
What do you mean by never?
He says never.
That is strange. It's a mystery.
Did you know that
It's a goddamn mystery!
left behind some paperwork?
Well, I mean, he is a tax official. He would have paperwork, wouldn't he?
Says yes, but paperwork naming you as his recommendation for his replacement should something happen to him.
What a nice guy! We had a bit of a rocky start at first, but we ended up having some mutual interest together. We started spending some time, and we really had a good business partnership. I just really I knew we were getting along, but I never would have thought he would have been that thoughtful of me. I'll have to have a drink in his honor.
Keep hands him some water. Because alcohol is banned in this parts of the world.
Inquisitor, will you join me into a toast to our dearly beloved and departed tax collector?
It has a slice of lemon on it.
He declines. He says, I don't drink anything that I didn't prepare myself. You can't trust people.
He's got a point.
And he says, apparently you haven't been in town for very long, and yet you're already being listed as his replacement. You really must have been quite close.
Oh, the closest of I wouldn't say closest of friends, but I mean, we just got along like a house on fire. Don't know what else to say.
And he says, I just want to clarify something. You arrive in town, and then shortly thereafter the tax collector is murdered, and you end up in control of his establishment. And then, not too long after, his replacement is murdered, and now you're in line to be his replacement?
Is that right? Oh my goodness! I must have a golden horseshoe out of my ass.
He says, it sure seems like it. And he says, and assuming you really were out of town, this is quite the interesting coincidence working out in your favor, isn't it?
I mean, those are your words, not mine.
And he says, well, you certainly know how to take advantage of a situation now, don't you?
I mean, I am a trader by trade. South Central Trading Company, that's what we do. We take advantage of situations.
And he says, speaking of, can I see your papers for your trading company? Your
Oh, sure. They should be. I'm assuming they're in the safe. The safe for this place, right?
Yeah, they're definitely.
You guys tell me what you did with them.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming Corbel would have put in the safe to the brothel. So I was like, oh yeah, the papers, no problem. They should be in the safe at the brothel here. Let me go get them.
And he says, "Oh, that's great." And he kind of motions for one of his goons to go with you. And he sits there waiting till you come back with them. And he takes a quick look at the papers and he kind of looks through everything. And he says, "Well, everything looks like it's in order." And he says, "I might have to come talk to you again in a couple days. But for now, you're free to go."
Very well then. It was a most pleasure, and you are welcome in my establishment at any time.
says, and he says, don't leave town.
Very well then.
Well, you did just get here.
I mean, not gonna lie, I've been camping for a week here. You're telling me I get to stay here for a bit? I'm happy.
Yeah, he says, don't leave town until someone from the capital comes to speak to you again.
Oh, somebody will be coming to talk to me.
He says, yes. One is recommended for the tax collector position. Whether you get that or not, I'm sure people will come to talk to you.
Well, my door is always open.
And he says, I would change that if I were you. 2 people have already been murdered.
And then Corbel will just suddenly the Coral Joseph is like, oh my god, you're right. I've been given a death sentence. I need to tighten up security. All right, Corbel will start thinking, okay, I need to find security. Oh, there's some nice guards there. Maybe some fighters. Yes. All right. And then we could probably have like a no entry or exit between these hours things, and we could search people. Yes. All right. Need to start thinking about these security measures. Thank you very much, Mr. Inquisitor.
He says, if you're really concerned about security, why don't I have a couple of my men here? Just stick around to keep an eye on things for you. They're very well trained.
Very well trained, you say. On your dime, of course, right?
He says, oh, of course. And he kind of nods to 2 of them, and they kind of just go stand by the door.
Sure, just let me know what the names are, and,
Names won't be necessary. He says, you're not to talk to them. If something happens, let them handle it.
But if something happens, and I'm not allowed to tell them, how am I supposed to tell them to handle the thing that happens?
He says, oh, don't worry, they'll be aware. They'll be keeping an eye on everything. And with that, he says, good day, and he just kind of gets up and walks away.
In the meantime, Keith is preparing a batch of pink lemonade.
And Corbel will take some of the lemonade and say, what a nice guy, Keith.
Fable finally pokes her head out from her room at this point.
Yeah, you see him leave. He actually leaves town. Though a lot of his goons are still kind of in town, but he leaves.
So why didn't you ask him to go to the capital with him?
He told me I was to stay here and that somebody will be coming from the capital shortly.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna be coming down from the capital after he gets there. It wouldn't have been faster if you followed him out.
He kind of told me not to leave town. I didn't want to push it.
Alright.
Fable's looking at the 2 newest additions to the staff at the front door.
Keith is offering them pink lemonade as refreshment.
Yeah, they completely and totally ignore you.
Alright.
Yep, they're just standing there with their masks on, looking around without moving.
And then I guess Corbel will motion everybody to go upstairs for a meeting.
Well, at least if we're by ourselves, then I will be able to speak.
So Corbel will mention... Actually, wait. Did the away team decide to join us at the brothel by now?
They'll be arriving. I don't know exactly when you guys work that out.
I'll tell you, the quarantine is the people are allowed to come and go now, but they are being inspected on the way in and out.
Yeah.
So somebody has to go collect our new slaves and bring them into town. Somebody who's human.
Basically.
Yeah.
So that leaves Kieran, Anthos, or Keith, bringing everybody else in.
I'm not human. The heck you talking about?
I know you're not, but you're pretending to be one last I checked.
Yeah,
I think
Well,
Kieran is
then,
fine.
I think you're
I have to put on makeup and shit.
well then.
By all means, jump in at any time.
I think Kieran should go. Keith is kind of not respected enough to be respected.
I don't know. The fact they're human, I mean, could have a chance.
That was a great sentence. Oh my god. Keith is not respected enough to be respected. Wow. Oh, fuck. Well, then if Kieran feels like going for a bit of a
Yeah,
walk,
you can do it.
Okay. And, yes.
and then we'll have our meeting with everyone.
We'll have our meeting of the Council of Doom.
Excellent. Meanwhile, at the Council of Doom.
Corbo's gonna give Fable a big hug when they get back, and he's gonna try to sleight of hand a note.
Not bad.
It's not bad.
Roll the 14. It's pretty darn good.
Fable will smile and playfully take the note from her pocket between her two fingers and then slip and hide it like a magician who's made something disappear. Show her hands like,
Nice.
I'm gonna hug Jewel.
I think Joel's in the basement with a cow.
Oh,
Well, then you just find Jewel in the basement with a cow.
If you want to go looking and you want to, find Jewel in the basement with a cow, I'll take your hug.
I'll do that.
Mucho bovine.
Mucho. Oh
my God.
Yeah, we'll make him a luchador wrestler.
I love it. I love it so much.
Why not?
Fable's going to, after the hug and playfully making the note disappear, she's going to look and she's going to say, I'm sorry.
Keith will give everybody a hug.
Corbo,
Yay.
Corbo will just say,
He's
Oh,
also
sorry, go
going to
ahead.
hand Cadence a bowl of egg white and a whisk and tell her to keep stirring until he returns.
Oh my god.
I needed Cadence specifically for this task.
He's not an electric mixer.
She's the next best thing to an electric mixer. Look how good that meringue is coming out. Come on, we need the meringue for the lemon pie, right? Come on.
Well, aside from that shenanigans, Fable's trying to sincerely apologize.
and Corbo will just bring her into his arms and be like, it's okay. I understand why you did it. But you're not hurt, are you?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Then it worked out.
It's amazing how much falling back into your old trade is like riding a bike.
I mean, do you feel better now?
I did, until I found out nobody was allowed in for a week. Then it kind of made me feel bad again, but not as bad as I was. So, you know. And nobody asked me, those fools. They would test every single person looking for a murderer, and they asked everyone except the one who did it.
So in other words, everything is working out.
Very much so. My sister did her job perfectly. She made a very good Slave 13.
I wonder if if we're going to end up with multiple different descriptions of a Slave 13.
But I made sure to maintain the mask and the ears, so they still think that it was an elf. Or at least anybody who was paying attention should. It doesn't seem like these people are too keen on details. Which only works in our favor. So I am going to tell the others that have just arrived, just to make sure that they are aware of the situation and the steps that will be taken forward as soon as paperwork is all organized. And about the next step about making our way to the capital.
Yes, so about that, so apparently there's a fellow coming from the capital to basically turn me into the next tax collector. Can't possibly imagine how that happened.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, such a coincidence. Even the Inquisitor was saying, yeah, apparently tax collectors are dropping like flies. We might have to worry about it. So, I mean, we can pass off this increase in security as just that. Also, apparently, in order to actually smith adamantine, I need a permit from a certain individual named, I wrote it down. It was John or Joan or Jones. There we go, Jones. Yes, and apparently he really likes making his staff cry, so maybe a way to get in good with him is to pull a prank on his staff. Trust you can come up with some ideas?
Keith comes back with his fresh lemon cake and pouring the meringue onto the cake.
Nice.
Sorry, it's a pie, not a cake.
Well, I'm sure that we could arrange something. Plus, it's a wonderful opportunity to get us there so that we can start to stake out our important facilities. There are three places. There are three places that we need to make sure that we have organized. One is we need to see this machine that we're sabotaging. Two, we need to find out where the elves are being kept. And three, we need to find out where he is. Valerian's in that castle somewhere.
So, looks like we're going to be moving to the capital then. Are we thinking of splitting the party again, or do you think there's a way we could leave this brothel to operate itself?
Well, I was thinking about that. Which is dangerous, I know. But we do have a wonderful opportunity to kill as many birds with one stone as possible, and then to say, oh shit, our brothel blew up. I guess we're just gonna have to go somewhere else and try again.
Yeah, that could work.
So, there is that. I'm thinking maybe a failed assassination attempt on the newest taxman.
Oh, that could be something. I have been working on my acting of late.
I noticed. So yeah, next time that we have all of those important people from the capital and, coming and asking questions, we could have Slave 13 blow up the brothel, trying to kill you and a few other important officials. Maybe he gets them, maybe he doesn't. Either way, it's the attempts that will matter. Certainly takes a question away from you.
My, you do think of everything. That sounds like a brilliant
Well,
plan.
I try, and then the rest of you were stuck outside for a week.
Are we here now, by the way, or
Then
are we still waiting?
I guess we'll just have to make it for last time, won't we?
Oh no, you guys are there.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought we were talking privately.
Nope. This is a group game.
Oh shit. Corporal will
He
say
has
that
a
and
brain
immediately turn beet red, and then start looking at the floor.
Here,
It is a
Corporal,
Corporal red.
have some pie.
He
I'm too
takes
focused on
the
the
pie
pie to
and he
hear
doesn't
what
even
he
look up. Corporal
Starts
is sitting there
shoveling
eating
pie
pie,
in his
looking at
mouth.
the pie.
What did he say? What happened?
Don't worry about it.
That's not fair. He was totally hitting on Fable and talking about making up for lost time.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there you go.
There you go.
Karen, want some pie? Keith is basically just handing pie out to everybody.
Alright. I mean, enough with the silly pie.
Honey.
We are trying to plan something serious.
You're a party member. Constructive, something would be really good.
Well, the way I see it, yeah, we do have to keep consistency, but then, I'm thinking if you can, after you get elected as the new tax collector, you get the attack, and then you have to go to the Capitol to bring up some concerns, and then that's how you scout. Maybe.
It's an idea.
Even if you're just introducing yourself, since you've achieved this new title, whispered in their ears of the concerns and things that are happening in your town and looking for suggestions about how to handle such a situation since you're new at this.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to get the rumor mill going.
We should
People who are rich and poor love to gossip. Isn't that right, Anthos?
Desert say.
Anthos has gone ghost. Ghost mode. Because he's the hero. Although, there is still a slice of pie sitting on his chair for him.
I mean, he's not gonna eat the pie, but okay.
I was saying that rich people that are bored love to gossip. Isn't that right, Anthos?
I don't do much gossiping, but I guess.
Yeah, but you're weird.
He guesses.
You still know nobility.
He
Yeah,
guesses.
back before they were all killed, the nobles of the Elven Kingdom definitely liked to gossip. Back when they were alive.
Right.
Dead men tell no tales.
Really true with elves. They specifically have the tales of dead people.
Specifically dead people.
So, this brings up my next issue. So what do we do with what's his name again? Ronald?
Reggie?
Roland. Roland. That's
Roland.
Yeah,
it.
Roland.
Yes. Young kid Roland.
Has it been causing
He can
trouble?
stay here and fucking. I don't know.
Well, if we're planning on blowing this place up, I don't see that being very much of an option.
I really don't think we should bring him with us, so.
Alright, we'll blow him up.
That means we should send him back.
Maybe or we could just send him into our camp, and he could be one of the people we could bring into the Dragonborn lands.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Yes, we can do that too. Although before you go vouching for his character, you might want to go have a chat with him and see if he's somebody that you want to represent you.
Stop it.
He's an angsty teenager.
A Muppet.
So nobody wants to go? Okay.
Wants to what?
Check up on Roland.
I don't even know the kid.
Well, that's the thing that I'm suggesting. Before we make suggestions about him representing us, we might want to have a bit of a chat with him. To get to know him, to see if he's the kind of person that you want to represent you when you're not around.
I can tell you right now, I don't think he is.
No. I don't want to be a dick, but that's what I'm getting at.
You know what? I think it'll be really funny if people go talk to him.
In fact, I don't think you'll get him. Was there anything else that anybody else wanted to suggest? Or anything that anybody wanted to bring up before I bring in him?
Well, I'm assuming we told everyone here about what happened in the Dragonborn lands, right?
Would assume so.
I just need to know, when is the best time to like bring the people that we freed to the Dragonborn lands?
Then, to be honest, I think that what I want them to do first is to take advantage of the fact that people think they're dead and have them take out a convoy or two, and then use the Dragonborn lands as a safe haven for them to go hide for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Aw, we're not going to make them invade this town and call them zombies? Have everybody scream and panic? Leave the premises? Alright.
As hilarious as that would be, I feel like it's not as pragmatic. I might be wrong. I've been wrong in the past.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Kobaka. How's it feel to be a leader?
Exhausting, but never really took a leadership role before, but sort of semi-did, but same way.
I'm sure that it will suit you. Just like everything else, it's something that you learn. It's not something that you just have. So now you're starting to learn, and I'm sure soon that you will pick it up.
Yes, you're right.
Well, I guess I'll go get this teenager.
Here.
Fable rolls her eyes.
Here, Fable, have some pie. On your way out, enjoy it.
And I'll go get Roland.
Well, when you get up there, he's asleep. In the dark.
Fable will turn on the light. She'll say,
Rolls over and he's just like, ah.
it's already past noon.
Get your life together, dragon! I'm sorry.
He says, you're the one who said I wasn't allowed to do anything, so I decided to sleep, and now you're waking me up.
I said you're not allowed to leave this room. That has nothing to do with being productive. If I was you, right now, I would be training myself to get out of this situation as soon as possible. It just goes to show how you lack vision. Now get downstairs.
He gets up and he gets up and he kicks his foot and he's like, nah. And he's like, if I left the room, you would have killed me anyway.
That's true. But that doesn't mean that you don't get to try. I probably need 3 chances before I can.
He shuffles out of the room, mumbling.
Teenagers.
And he shuffles into the room with everybody else, and immediately turns to Kopaka and says, "Holy shit!" Says, "Holy crap, you're huge!" And he kind of he gently reaches out and just pokes you slightly.
Is Kopaka holding his pie as he's poking him?
What is with you and pie?
Seriously, Joel, let the pie go. Let the pie go, man. It's really disruptive.
I know you mean well.
What's with?
It's Keith.
What is this?
He says, "You're huge." And he's looking at you. He's like, "Really huge? How'd you get so big?"
I'm born this way. Dragonborns are quite large. Thank you very much.
And he says, "Oh yeah, I guess you are a dragonborn." And now he's looking at your tail. And he's like, "Can you breathe fire?"
No.
He's like, "Oh my god, that'd be so awesome." And he points to something over there. He's like, "Breathe fire on that."
I'm good. And I can't breathe fire.
He's like, "What? I thought you were dragonborn."
Yes, but what I can breathe will give you quite a shock.
He's like, "I don't get what that means."
It means he can breathe lightning.
What? And he's like, "What? That's even cooler than fire!" Lightning.
Oh, sorry, you're cutting out there. What?
He's like, "Do it, breathe lightning. That's even cooler."
Okay. First off, hold up your hand.
I'll
I'll
just let you. I will let you do it to this bowl of unpopped popcorn instead.
Oh. What? It's not like I'm asking him to dip his hand in water or anything. Unless that's a good idea.
Here, make some popcorn. With your breath.
Yeah, I'll take some popcorn, actually. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good popcorn. You made it?
You're supposed to pop it first. You're kind of just eating the kernels right now.
Oh.
He's suggesting that you make it so that it's straight from your breath.
I don't think that's how lightning works.
I don't think it is either. But it would be really funny if you made him hold the bowl while you tried.
And now at this point, Roland has started looking around the room at everybody else, at the people he's never seen before, and he turns to Sombra and he's like, "Are you a gigolo?"
Holy shit.
What?
Excuse me?
Holy shit.
Why do you know what that is?
He says, "I know all sorts of stuff."
I'm concerned.
I'm so glad I'm dressing up a cow right now.
Fable leans over to Corbel. She's like, I didn't realize that this was going to be worth it till this very moment.
I'm gonna say, he's saying this to Sombra, he's like, "You look just like someone I saw in this thing once."
That's
My
very
parents didn't know I had
nondescript.
it. He's like, "It was a magazine. My parents didn't know I had it secretly hidden."
Oh my god, you're a guy from his porn stash.
Damn kids.
Sombra, what is he talking about?
I have no idea.
Amazing.
He's like, he kind of just looks like that. He just has that look. And then he notices Shiva and he's like, "What are you?"
I'm a tiefling.
He says, "Are you sure?"
Yes.
He's like, "I don't think I've ever seen a tiefling with wings before. Are you sure you're a tiefling?"
I'm a tiefling. I just have wings and multiple horns. It's a long story. I drank a potion and it gave me wings and multiple horns, and now I look like this.
He says, "That doesn't seem very likely." Are you pulling my leg?
No.
This is amazing.
Oh.
He says, "Well, I'm not gullible. I know you're not a tiefling. Tieflings don't look like that. I don't know what you are, but I had a friend who was a tiefling. Didn't look like that."
Well, that's because I'm different.
He's already moved on. He's turning his table. He's like, so what are we doing here again?
I'm being called up for dinner, by the way.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over 6.
Shit. Yeah.
Sorry, Mom.
Alright, so we'll actually pause here with him asking, what are we doing here again?
That's territory, okay?
But above the table, I think we should cut it off there because we're getting into some
Yes.
major.
Yes, dangerous territory, someone's live streaming, so.
So, what have you been through in your life? Tell us.
I'm not very skipping past this.
He says, I don't know you. I'm not gonna tell you. You do
Well,
it.
then maybe you should know us. Tell me. You've been raised by people you've loved, right?
He says, no, I was raised by people who took me in.
Oh, people took you in out of the kindness of their heart. Wow, you really had it rough.
Did they love you?
I'm so glad I'm with a cow. My day is awesome.
Anyway, he says it doesn't feel like it.
How do you know?
He says it just doesn't feel like it to me. They want to avenge what happened to my real parents.
Maybe they just don't want you to die.
They really wouldn't fight.
Tell me, boy, who are the ones who trained you in your abilities?
He says, well, that would be my teacher.
Okay, elaborate.
He says if I say anything, he'll kill me.
Uh-huh. You've realized that your life has been threatened about 13 times since you've been in this room, correct?
I'm more afraid of him than I'm afraid of you.
Corvo cut his ear off.
Actually,
As much as Corvo would like to do that, the player feels very uncomfortable at the thought of his character mutilating a minor.
I've seen you
No.
kill
Also, the fact that you'd be a terrible person, and we'd have to,
Yeah.
you know,
You know what?
have some very serious
I don't
consequences
believe this guy ever
No.
exists.
for really selling someone for no reason.
You don't want to tell us anything. You don't want to help us with anything. And you don't want to protect the people that took care of you.
Not to mention you insulted us.
So what the fuck do you want, boy?
He
Says I want to get rid of the humans.
oh.
Oh no, that's like just on the island or
Or in general.
He means the ones on the island.
Okay.
like all
And
the humans
how,
are racist.
pray tell, do you think that's going to happen?
He says, I'll get rid of their leader and they'll leave.
Oh.
That's not how that works.
Yeah. Oh. And how are you supposed to do that? I want to hear the story. I want to hear your plan. How are you plan to achieve that?
He says I'm gonna sneak into their big city and sneak into wherever he lives, and then I'll kill him in his sleep.
Good luck with that.
Okay. You can sneak into our
I feel like we
place.
should just let him try, right? Just to be done with it.
Yeah, I'll give points to it.
No, I'd rather we not let the child run off to his death.
I am going to make sure that. I'm going
Never know. He's so sure of himself. He wouldn't die. Ain't that right, kid? You're so sure of yourself. No way death can touch you.
No, but seriously, you couldn't even sneak into our place.
Especially if it's been invaded already.
He says what?
You spent the first 2 days that you were here talking to thieves' camps to every single person you came across.
He says I was looking for others like me.
Yeah, but did you ever stop to think that there are people that know that language that will sell you out for a can of soup, you fool?
What kind of soup?
Also,
Chicken noodle.
Ooh, my favorites.
also, you don't know anything about this president. You don't know what he's capable of. So how the hell can someone like you kill the president, huh?
He's just a person like everybody else.
He's not a person, he is a monster.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very mortal.
Yeah.
He's still very mortal. He's not some immortal monster. He's just a mortal dickhead.
Well, I mean,
Immortal
there were the
dickhead. I love
stories about people trying to prolong their life with robots,
dickhead.
right?
I love that.
Ooh, do you think he replaces some of his body parts with robot parts?
Maybe. Who knows? With all this
Actually-
technology around us, it might not be a possibility. That might be a possibility.
Actually,
It's cyborg.
Keith, you know, as well as Corbel and Jewel and Fable all know that he has been doing that.
Yeah.
We had a conversation about it.
Which is why he's bringing this up.
I'm glad I was the cow.
Bad timing. Oh my goodness.
Even then, you can still kill him.
Which immediately he goes, Roland's like, he replaces body parts and then he's like, kind of cool.
Yeah, but if it's not done correctly, it can cause some like real bad like infections.
Keith, you're not helping.
Fable will make sure that Roland is looking at her in the eye. And she's going to say, then why did you come to us?
He says, I thought you'd be more like me, but you're not.
Dun, dun, dun. I thought you'd be cool, but you're not, so I'm gone.
So then tell me this. What are you going to do about it?
He says, I'm gonna wait for the right opportunity and then I'm gonna leave.
Time to die, small fry.
Well, I mean, I've got something I need to ask. Keith is going to start signing to Jewel to have a private
Don't
conversation.
say no to the goddamn cow!
Alright, Keith is going to sign to Fable a private conversation.
Okay.
Can we enlist?
That's what this whole conversation has been, whether that's worth it or
Yeah,
not.
that's whether everybody here wants to do that or not.
Personally, I don't think so.
How about backward talking?
What?
I mean,
Keith doesn't know how
Corbel
to
is just
do
gonna
reverse
sign to
psychology and sign
Fable.
language, so he's going to go backward talking as the closest semblance of that.
Corbel's gonna sign to Fable and say, tie him up, and then do the single for Dragon.
Does he know Thieves' Cat?
He
This
does,
isn't
yeah.
Thieves' Cant. This isn't Thieves' Cant.
I know what you guys are doing because I learned sign language too as in my character, but you guys are just
Yeah.
signing. It's like we could just speak. I think he knows Elvish, so we just speak in Elvish.
He does know thieves can't.
We can
I
speak
don't know.
Elvish.
I don't know Elvish.
Big problem.
Only my levels here, I'm supposed to speak English.
So you all have met him now. He has demonstrated his strength of character and his motivations. So, what do you think? What should we do with him, everyone? Ideas?
Let him live his dream.
If this is how he's going to behave, there is no way in hell we are taking him to the Dragonborn lands. They'll just try to kill him on sight if he behaves like this.
Well, we can't take him to Dragon's Lane, but I don't think we should, like, abandon him. I feel bad for the kid.
I think we should give him an opportunity, to be honest.
What if he screwed things up?
Well, how could a scouting mission screw up that bad? I mean, just peeking things out in town.
You know,
What do you mean, how can a scouting mission screw up? Excuse me?
you know.
I
mean,
That is wow.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say
Let it go. Let's see. He gets captured and tortured, and they peel his skin off like a banana until he says everything that he's ever known in his life.
Hey, Joel said it, not me.
I'm in the basement with a cow.
I really think we just keep him locked up because he's not going to be of any use.
But I mean, we could let him continue to scout around here locally by the harbor.
Well,
Because
see,
this is our kind of base of operations.
But see, here's the problem with that. Because, as I've mentioned before, he spent the first 2 days talking to every single person he could find and made a scene of himself and a liability, and he refuses to wear a disguise of any kind.
Yeah, notice pointy ears.
we could just send him to the camp then.
He is a problem. And
Right.
until he is willing to learn to be a solution to his own problem, we cannot use him.
Well then,
By the way, Cadence, could you stir this bowl of cream, by the way?
Not.
What are you using all this for? Whisk, 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 whisk.
God damn it.
Froth, 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 froth.
I'm just really froth, but
here's what I vote. We wait till it calms down around here. We knock him out, send him away on a cow.
Cow.
Well, cow. What a way to describe it.
And then he can go do what he thinks is best.
Let's see.
That's such a bad idea. This kid is nothing but a liability now, and he knows every single one of your faces.
Here, Druid, are there any herbs that would affect one's short-term memory?
I tried looking into this for reasons.
Reasons.
Is there
Yeah.
a thing I could do on this island?
Nope.
He's just gonna
So
step
our
out to the
options
kitchen and
are
grab-
put him somewhere
Let's
where he
grab some
can't
kitchen.
cause trouble,
Well, that's what I've been doing.
or
So in other words, Roland, until you learn to cooperate, go to your room.
He says, yeah, whatever, I'm grounded, and he just kind of storms off and upstairs.
I trip him with my tail.
No, why?
Oh,
Fuck him.
Jesus.
You're just being mean at that point.
That is kind of just being mean.
He's perceptive enough to, and dexy enough to avoid the tail. And he kind of stumbles a little bit, and he's just like, whatever, and up the stairs he goes. He just slams the door when he gets up there.
Hey, I like your attitude, young man.
I'm gonna talk to him again tonight later on.
Keith comes back with a tray of empty cannolis. Takes the whipped cream and starts filling the cannoli.
you don't put whipped cream in the cannoli.
It's not.
This is Keith we're talking about.
Alright.
You're lucky he didn't put shaving cream in it.
Don't give him ideas.
That evil giggle I hear from him. I'm getting concerned.
In the meantime, until things cool down, I think that maybe it would just be in our best interest to get you all situated. I'm pretty sure that Sombra, Shiva, and Cadence, you are going to be performing, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, we want some kind of explanation as to where we came from,
But we bought
could have just
Or
been
we're-
bought.
or where we were.
We're new slaves. We just got bought.
Yeah, everyone saw us come in on a boat.
I've noticed one thing about here is that people really don't care. It's amazing, actually, the people that are so... They're
So
just
they don't
so...
even.
They're so stuck in their ways here and their routines that they're very unperceptive of their environment. Nobody here cares about anything. It's one thing that I've noticed. I thought for sure that would be people that would be talking and asking questions, but the only one that seems to be doing that are the ones that are paid to do that. Everyone else just doesn't give a shit.
I mean, why would they care?
Curiosity, wanting to take advantage of your fellow man, that doesn't seem to be something that seems to be lost on these people. My question is, what do we do with Kopaka? Well, as much as I adore you, I don't see you with much of a song and dance number.
Oh wait, we have that fighting pit that we're taking over, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but they know what he looks like, so you'll have to come up with a new identity.
We'll get you a wrestling costume!
Yes,
Oh,
if
no.
we put a costume on him. We'll call him the Mysterious Stranger.
I love it!
A masked wrestler. Oh no.
I can't let him be stuck with Titan Slayer. Being a wrestling, I don't want to remove this helmet. This is really important to me.
Then we will decorate the helmet.
No! No one decorates this helmet except me!
Here you go. He just hands him all of the arts and craft tools for his helmet.
No. This helmet stays the same. I ain't changing one bit of it.
Then put a different helmet on.
See, the problem here, Kopaka, is that people know what you look like in this country. So we need to change you a little bit so that you're not recognizable.
Can we paint him green?
I don't think we need to go that far.
Yeah, and I think I would sweat the paint off.
I know what paint he wouldn't sweat off.
Lizards don't.
Wait, aren't you a reptile? Do reptiles sweat?
Reptiles don't sweat.
No, well, Dragonborns, aren't they warm-blooded?
Yeah, we're talking about Dragonborns here. It's a whole different race.
It's true, Dragon.
But I was more so thinking of there's a pink water that Jewel has.
Magic, honey.
No, I am not turning pink.
Looney?
The pink water, yes, it's very magic.
Oh, okay.
I'm not turning pink. I am not wearing
I thought it would have been glorious to have you be pink.
Yes, need you to wear something else while you're kicking ass in the fight pit. Hey, you're starting to sound like
How about we put like a black veil over him?
a black veil.
I like that idea.
Oh, you like that one? There you go.
I'll say it's a black veil.
We'll call him the Shadow.
The Shadow?
Doesn't that sound more like a rogue's name?
Angry housewife when we put her in a...
On the Shadow. evil gets thrashed.
Who knows what evil lurks in the heart of men?
Since he's wearing a black veil, we call him the widower.
The what?
Or
The
we can
widower.
call him the
You know,
Shroud.
'cause you make people into widows because on their husbands.
Or we just, get him some really spicy metal, put it on him, and we call him the Shredder.
Shredder. Jeez, this sounds like a name from a franchise. I think I have to deal with some 4 turtles and a rat. I don't remember. I thought I saw it in a play once when I was a kid. Oh well.
I kind of like that, to be honest. Give you some badass shoulder plates and some badass buttons.
Fine, you know what? I actually kind of like that idea. Alright.
Call me Shredder.
Give you some nice big Warcraft level pauldrons.
Yeah.
Gotta have the purple cape.
You gotta have the big purple cape.
I hate purple. Change the color.
That's why it's the perfect disguise. Nobody would know the wiser that you don't like purple.
I don't like purple. But he doesn't look like him. Do I look like a dinosaur named Barney?
No, just the cape, not the whole outfit.
I like to go for a hug, though.
Purple is a color of royalty and regalness.
It is
Or
true.
the night sky.
I will take a royal blue. How about that?
We can do that.
Yeah.
That'll look badass.
There you go.
Actually, come to think of it, Shredder's probably supposed to be royal blue. But it didn't come out well in the cartoons.
Well,
In video games, I played a lot of Ninja Turtles too, and he was wearing purple.
I remember playing the game only once. It was Super Nintendo.
Alright.
The original Nintendo had TMT 1 through 3, and then Super Nintendo had the rest.
I forgot which one I played. See, I was out of my house.
I love
The arcade version was epic.
So I'm assuming that we have rooms for our newcomers? That aren't working rooms?
yes, you do. Well, the whole 4th floor being, a bunch of rooms that are basically, were set up to be an entire private floor for the original tax collector.
By the way, let me leave the room. Are those 2 new guards still where they were before?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it's nice to know that they respect privacy. Is he writing a novel?
I think he is. I love the novel. Going good.
I'm paying attention.
It must be a very engrossing novel.
Very engrossing. Novel.
Okay, sure.
Alright, so if that's everything you guys are up to, we'll go ahead and move to the next day. And during the next day, Clear pays another visit. Oh, go ahead.
That night I did want to have a little chat with Roland.
Uh-huh.
I would tell him that I understand what it's like to be raised by people that aren't your parents, and to want vengeance for your parents. And I understand wanting to believe that, you spent all this time focusing on this goal, and when people talk down to you, that you just feel like you need to be defensive and that nobody else will take care of it but you. But you're not going to get anywhere if you don't find the people and the tools to accomplish those goals. And that comes with compromise and that comes with compassion. So you might want to rethink your strategy here because it's not working for you.
Alright, I'm gonna restart my.
And then I'm going to see him in the morning.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not going to lock his door.
Big mistake.
Was he even paying attention?
He was listening.
Okay.
Stubbornly.
That's all.
Alrighty. So, the next morning, pretty early, before the brothel even opens, Clear pays it another visit.
Okay.
And he's with somebody from the capital.
Do they look familiar?
No. This is like a 5-foot-tall guy with like ridiculously gargantuan glasses, covered in like with paperwork and books hanging off of him.
I feel like I need to do one last addition to the cow before we leave it alone. As much as it's a luchador wrestler, I am getting out a disguise kit, and I am giving it giant red lady lips.
Giant red lady lips. Okay.
Sure. Anyway, so yeah, 5-foot-tall guy with ridiculously gargantuan round glasses that are extremely thick. He's got like tons of paper and like abacuses and all sorts of stuff with him.
So he's the accountant.
Quite possibly.
Well, we were warned he was coming.
Where?
So I guess we'll get the welcome ad open, ready for him at the brothel.
They don't even say anything to you. They just take a seat at one of the tables.
Babel will perform.
And I guess Corbel will walk up and ask them how their day is going and are they enjoying themselves?
And the little guy kind of adjusts his glasses and he says, "I'm not enjoying myself. I got all this paperwork to go through. You know how much trouble it is when somebody dies and it's just happened twice in just a couple weeks? What a mess."
I know. In fact, I'm worried I might be next on the chopping block.
And Clear kind of clasps his hands together and he says, "Actually, that's why we're here to talk to you."
Oh?
He says, "Yesterday I informed you that that the previous tax collector had recommended you for his replacement. However, in my position and having become concerned about what's going on in this town, about these double murders, I have chosen to suspend that position entirely.
Oh.
Oh boy.
And will be sticking around in town myself to keep an eye on things for a little while before I leave."
Well, if the position is suspended, then Corbel will like have his like shoulders like drop. He's like, "Oh, that's a relief. I get to live for a few more
Smell
days."
a murder coming.
He says, "Well, it doesn't sound like you were very interested in taking the position anyway."
I mean, it'd be nice, but I mean, I kind of got my hands full here.
Well, he says, "Then yeah, I suppose you won't mind us handling it."
I trust you'll be handling it to the greatest of your abilities, Mr. Tax Collector, is it now, or are we still, am I still calling you Mr. Inquisitor?
He says, "You can just call me Inquisitor."
Inquisitor Nolan.
Yeah, see, if we kill him now, it'll be really, really, really suspicious.
Yeah.
And he says, "And I've chosen to have my men keep an eye on the town, so we'll be replacing the town guards for the foreseeable future.
Really? Replacing the town guards?
Oh,
What'll happen to them?
He says they're going back to the capital for retraining.
Oh, okay. Okay, as long as they have jobs, me being a merchant and all, I'm worried about the welfare of the people in this town. This town's been great for me to the most part, minus the whole murdering thing. That was kind of scary.
Says, I have had the feeling you've been enjoying your time here, and hopefully that doesn't have to change.
You and me both.
As long as everybody in town obeys the rules, there won't be any problem.
Well then, I think we're good.
Says, yes, we just came to inform you of our decision. Oh, and apparently you were willed, and the little guy kind of rifles through papers, this stuff, and he kind of just leaves you a bunch of notes.
And Carbo will begin to go through the note. What's inside the note? What's in the box? What's in the box?
What got left is the business entitlements of the previous guy, his slaves who will be delivered to the brothel within the next couple days as they get brought here. That's basically what you got left.
That's pretty dope.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the fight bit?
Yep. You did.
And his fires?
Yep.
Nice.
Excellent.
Oh, and the Inquisitor also mentions that there'll be an inspection of the brothel within the next week.
Okay,
He and his men are going to personally make sure everything's up to code.
Oh, okay. Just to be clear, none of the staff will have their privacy disturbed. We are running a rather discreet business here.
He says, "Oh, we're not interested in anything like that." He says, he actually chuckles and says, "My men really couldn't do any of that, even if they wanted to."
Corbo will just gulp.
Yep, and you can't see his face, but you can tell he's grinning when he says, "Yes, there are certain requirements to be one of my guards."
Uh-huh.
Apparently that's sodomy.
And being a eunuch.
Yep, that's correct. It's to make sure my men aren't compromised by urges.
Lovely.
you know that doesn't actually do that, right?
Yeah, but they still like their butthole being played with.
They're old school Puritans.
Just because you don't have the functionality doesn't mean you don't have the desire.
I'm sorry, but that voice just reminds me of Little Nicky. I'm sorry.
Anyway, so he excuses himself and the pair of them leave.
Really, Steve?
They just leave? I'm having one of the best performances of my life and they just leave?
Yeah, actually, you noticed that they did not look at you even once.
You guys are so fun.
Also notice that he's posted an extra pair of guards on the inside, so there's now 4 of them, and there are 2 outside the building.
I don't like him.
I don't, but I think we're kind of stuck with him for now.
Until we make it look like he's abusing his position. Make it look like he's the one who murdered the tax collectors in order to take the job.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's really cunning.
Are you saying that you would like to take this one, Cadence? Fatal grins at her.
Oh, I have the idea. I'm not sure I
Uh-huh.
could pull it off.
It's not as hard once you get used to it.
I mean, if you really need someone to kill him, I can try. I just don't know how I'm gonna get
Oh
near him.
no! Not kill him.
We're
Make it
framing
look
him.
like he was the
We
one
are-
behind the
Oh,
murder.
hang on. I'm going to clarify. You guys 100% know he is way higher ranked than tax collector. He's got a way. He's one of the. He is in basically. It goes president, vice president, and then these three guys, the three inquisitors.
Yes.
Those are
However,
Okay, you make it look like he's doing this as a bid for trying to gain more power. Try to usurp
he
the
has
vice
literally just
president
taken
or
over
the
this town.
president.
He has used this as an excuse to take over this town and put it under his militia rule. So, you could twist that, make it look like he's trying to start a coup.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's going to require some interesting evidence planting
Planting.
and some and those.
And those are being called.
Gonna need some forgeries.
Emo.
For Gerard.
Oh, no. Yeah. It's stuck in my head. I should sing it all night long. I'll
We
blame
need
you.
a note.
We need more than a note. We need a journal. We need to make up a journal with a whole bunch of confessions and a plan that we're completely making up that makes it look like it's with his writing. So we're going to need a copy of his handwriting. We're also going to need to make it so that he can't have any track of time. That lipstick of yours, Cadence.
Oh. You mean my kiss of delight?
Tripping ball red. Yes, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Something like that, so that we make it so that he can't retrace his steps and lose tracks of time and of himself. That way he can't provide an appropriate alibi when people question him about what he's been up to.
Possible.
And then after that, we need to make up some false documentation and some personal confessions in a journal or something along those lines. So we're going to need some of his handwriting.
Did I notice any like drinking flasks on his belt?
No.
Is this a man without apparent vice? We need to study him.
I agree.
Find his weaknesses.
Well, he did mention that he doesn't drink things that are offered to him, so he has a stash somewhere of his own stuff.
Something tells me, when a man tells me that he doesn't eat or drink anything that he hasn't prepared himself, that's somebody who's been poisoned. That's somebody who has a very specific fear. That makes him paranoid.
I mean, he could just be naturally paranoid without
Yeah.
that, but
I think he might just, even if he is just paranoid, that still means that we can use that.
How do we use paranoia? Paranoia usually means it's harder to do stuff to them.
Oh no. You know how to work paranoia, they'll run right in the trap for you.
Somebody stop
Get him
speaking.
snapping at anyone and everyone.
They'll do all the work for you if you know the right things.
Say we make
Just
him.
need to know the levers.
Yes. Say we make him paranoid of those that claim that they're loyal to the president, and then he kills them after getting some details that they are truly betraying him, that are completely made up. Using his paranoia against him, making him our sword. Being paranoid is no different than being drunk. Once somebody isn't thinking straight, you can just direct them where you want them to go. This is going to take days, though.
Mm-hmm.
Careful
I mean,
observation.
I'm front and counter, so I see everything out front there. So I'm thinking if I just slip him a few notes that are carefully prepared by you guys. Say the other day, maybe I heard them mentioning something about them not wanting to be around, and they think that the Inquisitor is a little bit bratty.
I think you really need to, if you're going to incorporate the guards, you guys need to do some things watching the guards.
Also, that's not bad to act as well, no, because we don't want to be an informant. We don't want to bring any attention to us. We want it to be a rumor. We want other people to go to them, or anonymous information. But you know who we could blame and have him kill for us, who will be completely innocent? It's that architect.
The architect.
The one who built the building. The one who I tricked his plans to make it look like we put a flaw in the building. As much as I hate to give them that trap card, if he found those plans and found that there was purposely a flaw built into this building, and convince him that he was planning on killing the first taxman, and then killed this one, then we could pin it on him. He's the only one that we could do it. And I do still have the plans for this place, and it shows the fatal flaw. The architect would have known better. It would obviously show that there was a purposeful flaw built into this building. This is a place where both of the taxmen frequented or owned. That would be a great way to pin it on him, that he was the one that killed them.
Keith is giving his thumbs up.
If he's as renowned as he is around here, and I don't really see too many people of high education in this area, he also must be very renowned. Probably in the king's favor, if he truly is an architect. It probably wouldn't look very good if he slaughtered that innocent man.
That's true. So how are we going to do this?
Well, I've gotten a way to probably get his handwriting. I can probably ask him for a recommendation for some meat or something.
As traders, you can offer to supply him in a token of good faith, of whatever he is required as he is within the city walls. Just ask him for a list of the things he requires and you can supply them for him.
Yep, I can do that.
And then once you get that, as long as it's in his handwriting, the Netnos can get to work. And then we can get to work to start making him think that there's a conspiracy against the king. And really, with Anthos' help, there will be physical evidence that he was planning a coup. That'll get him out of our hair. Is everybody in agreement on this plan?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I like it.
All right. Well then, DM.
Huh?
This means that we're going to probably be spending the next couple days studying the soldiers, studying this new Inquisitor and his behaviors and his routines.
All right, sure. So, first thing you learn is every 2 days his soldiers are replaced.
Okay.
That's a lot of sodomized people. What the fuck?
And here's something you notice about him. He never takes that mask off, and he never sleeps or eats. Ever.
What?
He's a construct.
Maybe that would explain why he doesn't understand or care and why he thinks that the eunuch thing would work. That would be a construct's line of thought.
So you said the guards are replaced. Are they coming from the capital?
Yep, every 2 days.
Interesting. So he theoretically could not trust his own guards.
You've actually noticed the other thing about them is they don't eat or sleep either.
They're all robots.
Or zombies.
No, zombies is a magic thing. That wouldn't.
Or that's some really good drugs.
Or on a lot of
One way or another, they've been programmed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Do they all seem to be human, same size?
Oh no, different sizes. Different heights and builds.
In terms of attire, what are they wearing?
The same thing. Black covering them from head to toe. You can't see an ounce of skin on any of them.
Is it a robe? Is it like a robe, or is it more of a pants and shirt deal?
Pants and shirt.
So what we need to do
And a hood.
is find out what's inside these guards.
Good luck with that.
We need to set up an accident. Because we don't want it to look like someone's actually attacking the guards.
How many other places have guards posted besides ours?
Everywhere. They're literally everywhere. The market, everywhere. The docks. Every inch of town is basically covered by these guys.
Keith is going to set up a booth that he's not going to attend, but has a big pile of dung under the counter.
What?
That's gonna smell terrible.
What?
That's the point. As people are walking across it, they will be covering the noses, right? Constructs won't have to.
But we We know that they're constructs. How is this going to help?
Not confirmed. We're suspecting.
I mean,
As long as you're not doing it in the brothel and you're outside somewhere else,
Yeah, it's out in the market. I'm watching.
Go.
Keith is going to be
yeah,
on
yeah.
a stall
ahead.
across, so he can keep an
I was
eye
thinking
on the
something
stall.
along the lines of like starting an accidental fire.
I mean, you can always just run up and kick one in the nuts.
Yeah, no,
That's
we
going to be a
don't
thing
want-
we're going to need. Hey, there's an idea. We get our little rogue buddy to kick one in the nuts.
No, we don't want it to look like something aggressive towards them.
No, like what we want to do is light the harbor up. Light a boat at the harbor on fire, see what happens.
Hey, we still have that spare pirate boat, don't we?
No, we sold it.
Yeah, we
No,
sold
but
it.
we still have the paperwork for it, so it's still technically ours.
Yeah, but somebody owns it right now, and it's.
You don't want that kind of heat.
We've got heat as it is. We're not looking to get more heat. We're gonna try to offload some heat.
Yep.
Can
We
we get
need
the
to
troll,
shift
buddy?
We need
to
to
build
shift
us
suspicion
a ship.
elsewhere.
Build us two bridges,
No.
put them side by
please.
side, so it looks like a ship, and then we set it on fire, on a distance, or a little bit of a distance.
Or we could just set a ship on fire, go eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and just light it up.
Also, the troll's dead. Like, what if somebody thinks that? I mean, the troll is supposed to be dead.
Yeah, but we can bring it over at night. He built that bridge in like an afternoon.
Over land? You want to carry two giant bridges on a dirt road?
We've got a cow.
I don't think a cow is going to do the job.
We all know
We're
that cow.
definitely looking for something more along the lines of a.
And Jules applying its lipstick.
Yes, right now that cow is in the basement getting lipstick put on it.
What?
Part of the disguise thing. God.
However,
Oh, right, sorry, there's one other thing you've noticed about these guards. None of them have any weapons.
none of them have weapons.
Really?
Not one.
Or at least the ones we can see.
Telling you, robots.
And
Only to cause a disturbance.
what is the Inquisitor's daily habits? I'm sure he's a man of routine.
Actually, quite the opposite. He seems to do different things every single day.
Oh, really?
He goes to different places, he talks to different people, doesn't seem to have a set pattern, and he doesn't ever do anything at the same time. If anything, he seems hyper aware and paranoid of people watching him, and purposely doesn't do things.
So he is paranoid. Is he still asking
Oh, he's asking questions still.
about the investigation?
Yep.
And is he getting anywhere?
You don't see him ever write anything down either. But he does ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, and is he getting any responses from anyone that's getting him anywhere?
Well, you do see people getting taken away from town, and not yet one person who's been taken away has ever come back.
Well, they're all dead, Jimbo.
We could follow them.
Or they've been processed.
Do they seem to be heading towards the capital or to the other port city?
Oh, to the capital.
They're going to, yeah.
I always wonder what Soul Food was banned.
So here's where we have a problem.
an expedition?
We want to try and create this narrative that this guy is turning against his leader, his possible creator.
Which means we still need his handwriting. He doesn't write it. No.
Handwriting, and also we need, like, what kind of force would he be able to amass? if he can't control his.
Question: is he active at night?
Yup. I said he doesn't sleep.
We need to make his guards seem like they have failed, so that.
I love smashing robots.
No, I mean failed to prevent like some sort of attempt on his life or something.
To be honest, I think we're overthinking this. We know how he looks like. We can reproduce what he's wearing and stick one of our rogues into this costume. And then, at night, while he's walking in one part, we can have his doppelganger in this another part of the city doing something more mischievous.
Or just have a doppelganger go and do something horrendous somewhere else.
Exactly.
Like at the Capitol. If he's here, then he's not in the Capitol. You could probably use his appearance to. If Anthos wanted to do that, it's probably the best one.
I'd say just a regular guard at that point, rather than the Inquisitor himself.
Oh no! Have him go deep as
Because
the
there would be questions.
That's the thing.
Can Anthos act?
Define acting.
Do you have the actor fee?
No, you don't need the fee.
You would have to be able
It'd be
to
performance.
know things that only he would know, whereas a guard
Does he
would
have
not
proficiency
necessarily.
in performance?
He does not.
No, I don't.
Oh, then there's no reliable talent there.
No. And I have
Well,
only
no.
the +2, so
I
can
was
like.
specifically thinking about mimicking his voice too, because
No, I
everybody
can.
would know.
I can. Hold on. The charlatan background. Let's see what this does again.
Can you impersonate this person? Is the question.
I don't remember if I took the right one for that.
Well, you are a mastermind rogue. Mastermind rogues have expertise in that kind of thing, don't they?
I don't think so. Not for like a little bit. I have to go through all this stuff again because it sounds familiar. It sounds like something I could do. Charlatans just back that. Like I can like copy people's accents like perfectly.
There we go. Mastermind.
Yeah. It's Master of Intrigue. I can mimic speech patterns and accents of creatures naturally.
Yes, you can pass yourself off the native speaker, but not the actual person.
Okay.
So basically,
I think of what you're thinking
you
of
can
as
blend in,
assassination.
You can blend in
they can.
to the local surrounding, make yourself look like a local, but you can't pretend to be somebody else via their voice.
No, that's me. I'm the one with that.
I don't remember what it is. What it's called.
I think you're right. I think it is in the assassination tree.
Because it's not actor is the feat that does that, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But there's a different one for.
There is a rogue that does it.
Thief does actor.
I personally think that in the long run, it'll benefit us more if he's the one that murders the person than us impersonating him trying to murder someone. Because we are framing somebody of a very, very high stature. And the easiest way to frame someone is to have them be the one who does it.
I think the next best thing, because we can't, if he murders a civilian, no one's gonna bat an eye. If he murders his own guard, maybe, but not likely, anyone will bat an eye.
Mm-hmm.
But if he murders multiple without reason, maybe.
First things first, we need the evidence to plant.
Yeah.
So let's take care of that first, which means that we need his handwriting so that we can start making the evidence to plant.
I can do that. I can forge things.
I know you can. You're going to be the one writing his diary. Dear diary, I want to take over the kingdom and do a coup. Here is my big fat plan. That's going to be your job, mister.
Why would, if he doesn't write anything down, why
I
would he
feel like
have
he
a
wouldn't actually have
diary?
something like that.
Like, we need to find a plausible reason for why he has his
Keeping records and keeping personal expression are two different things. People that are terrible at writing still keep journals. However, I do think it is in
we
our
need
best
to learn more about the mechanics of this.
mechanics. That's ironic.
No, I was being quite serious.
That's
Don't your memory module.
That's if he's a construct. We don't know that he is.
That's why the stall with the dung. To see if the guards and him are going to flinch to that.
They might just be cybernetic.
There's only one way to tell.
You need to invent the EMP.
His little toady. He might be a way into him.
Oh, that guy's already gone.
The accountant's gone?
Yeah. He left as soon as after he gave you the stuff, he left. He's gone.
He was just complaining about how much paperwork he has to go through. He's going to take that to the Capitol to deal with stuff that's going on right here?
Yep.
He
came to present the details of what he was owed, and he took everything else back, because everything else was left to the state. And now he's going back to the state to deal with it.
Yeah, see, this is a very top-down government of micromanagement.
What if we made it look like he is trying to destroy the city, so the people will start to panic and then start to raise a coup themselves?
I don't think the people here care enough.
Well, I mean, if there's lives at stake here. When I mean burn down a city, I mean they plan to, quote unquote, burn it all down. Which means
they would
everyone
just do
in
it. This is a nation that has destroyed cities for less. This is not
exactly.
Yeah,
there wouldn't be any conspiracy of it. The guards would just show up, do the thing.
And then you would have to live with on your conscience that you had a city burned to the ground.
Well, I mean, half of us dress up. Half of us are running around the city going, "Oh my gosh, they're burning everything down!"
I don't think that's the approach.
There's an idea.
Yeah. I think our best approach is to figure out what this guy's levers are. Both physical and emotional. And then
There is another option that we haven't considered. I know it's a hard one to swallow at first, but hear me out. If I let myself get caught, that'll get me close to him.
I feel like that's way
That
too
could
risky.
snowball.
Yeah.
I would definitely. I would have to go underground.
I would feel it might be better to have Cadence hide underground.
Cadence
I
hasn't
don't think we
done
want
anything yet, though.
any of us anywhere close to the kind of until we know exactly what they're doing to people that they capture. I don't think we want any one of us close to that because we don't know what will happen to us.
I
True.
mean, there's another thing we could try to do. Just frame another murder. Right here. Get a bucket of strawberry jam.
This guy's smarter than strawberry jam, brother.
I like the idea of setting something up with the architect. Feel
I
like
do.
that's something we can work with.
I agree. It's evidence that will spiral him down.
Start
It's the only evidence we have of something else.
lay down a nice, concise path that points in a certain direction, the direction we want it to point.
Yes. And now all that leaves is planting fake evidence that his motivations were not what he claims them to be. We need his words to contradict what looks like proof. And then he will no longer be a problem. Where is he set up, DM? Like, he must have a facility that he is choosing to stay at.
Yes, a camp just outside of town.
A camp outside of town.
We will need
Comes
to
into town
observe.
every day, but he leaves every day.
How tight are the borders?
They're pretty tight. There's no way out of town without going through past some of his guards. He
Is
knows
his
everybody
camp
coming and going out.
is his camp always in the same spot?
No, he moves his camp every day.
Well, I mean, if we're trying to go on the ground, that's one thing. But what if we're going through the sky?
The problem is
They
our
have
flyers
direct
are not
ability.
sneaky.
Yeah,
But
but
they're easily
flying,
visible unless you
flying
go
out,
super high.
flying out at night during a cloudy
I'm sure
night.
he has people watching at night.
We can send a letter out.
What if we try to set something up? Like, what if we make it seem like camping outside of the town is more dangerous than being in the town?
We send a letter out. Get our new allies to cause a little bit of ruckus outside the town. Draw them all in. Is that your plan?
And then we offer a safe place. In thanks for all of the hard work he's done, and when he uncovers the structural weakness of the brothel, we can be like, "Oh, you've saved our life. Now your camp is in danger. Here, have a safe place. We are indebted to you."
My
That
one
gives
thing
us more
is, are we
access.
worried about his paranoia? Make you think so that we're the ones responsible for the fault? Like, that's my one thing I'm concerned about.
No, he wanted
We
to
didn't
figure
build it.
Yeah,
we
that's
were all
the thing.
here. we all stay here and
We're not the ones who
someone
built
else
the
from
building. I don't
outside.
think he'll be concerned about that.
Okay. Okay, so we go like, oh, the outside camp isn't safe, and another person got murdered. Is that where we're leaning towards?
No, I'm thinking if we send out a message to get the war chief here to say, all right, there are some nasty people outside. Take a stick and bother them at night. Just get them to huddle into the city. If that's what we're thinking about doing.
I don't think that would be very hard. All we need is a little stampede of drakes to go through their camp, and that would be enough to disturb them. There's no magic to mend tents here.
We do know where the pond is. If Kabaka can throw a javelin that far.
Try.
It's like
What?
half a day's journey. I feel like that's
Yeah.
way too far.
Yeah, even if he had his belt, he wouldn't be that strong.
We need some sneaky.
All right. Do we want to send Speedy McSpeed Kitty?
While I'm
Why?
fast, I'm not necessarily going to be able to sneak past the guards.
Not and make her way back in, that's for sure.
About the only other way I can think we can get out is if we were to swim out.
Pretty sure they have people watching the water.
Sure do. I already said they did.
Yeah, the surface of the water. But, take a long enough straw and...
Who knows how
Uh-huh.
these things, these guards don't necessarily eat or sleep. They might not breathe. There might be guards in the water waiting.
Here's my thought. Shiva, Cadence, Sombra, Kopaka, you said you brought back a bunch of animals with you, did you not?
Yeah, we did.
Fixed and mounts, yeah.
Yeah, and they're at the camp right now, right?
Yes.
So what if Shiva was to fly really, really high, go to the camp, and get the animals to stampede Mr. Inquisitor's camp outside of town? Just run right through it.
Could Jiva fly that high?
I think my flying speed is the same as my regular speed, so 30 feet.
That's not your max height, though.
No, but yeah, I mean, I can fly
Seconds, you
pretty
go
high.
30 feet. Yeah, there's no...
Just have a big fuck-off animal stampede go right through their camp, destroy their tents, destroy their equipment, force them inside the town.
Hey, Shiva, how long can you fly for? Might it get tiring?
I haven't really tested it out, but I mean, I can fly for a while.
I guess you could, if you fly high enough and pretend to be a bird, to possibly follow them to their camp?
I'm not stealthy though.
If you're
did it
so
at
high in
night.
the air, you don't really need to be.
Oh, that's true. I mean, like, I guess if it's at night, then maybe. I still have my dark vision. Not as good as it used to be, but still.
Well, if I'm any example, very few people look up.
Mabel just sighs and looks down.
Wait, you're not looking up.
Exactly.
In any case, I think we have some ideas. Now we just need to observe.
Well, I don't know how much more at this point. It's been a few days, and the DM has given us above table all the information he's willing to give us until we do something. So
Correct.
we're going to have to play a card eventually, and just see what we can do about it.
Do I get my mission? Do I get to have this scout mission where I put the dung underneath this all? Across my... See if my
I don't
theory
think
works?
that's going to be very effective.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you that does literally nothing. They do not react in any way.
But everyone else does.
Yes.
Bam! Theory confirmed.
No, that doesn't confirm
That, or they've been so heavily conditioned that they're.
Maybe they just don't have a nose anymore.
Or they've just been so incredibly
They are, in
conditioned
fact,
that.
augmented. Somehow, at least augmented.
Yeah, we already knew that. For all we know, they've been chemically brainwashed.
So the next thing to do is to get them, force them into town. And I like Cadence's idea of bringing them into through our door. And then we can show him the blueprints to our brothel that we're so proud of, and be like, and he can find that little bit and be like, who designed this building? And make him come up with the discoveries and let him run down that paranoid spiral. Whisper in his ear while he's thinking these ideas. Oh yeah, you're a genius. I never would have seen that. I wonder why he would do such a thing.
How terrible of him.
Exactly. So let's run a shit ton of big ass animals through his camp. We'll Jumanji his way inside.
Well, currently the animals at the camp, just so you know, you've got 1 Quetzalcoatlus and 2 pterodactyls.
That is not a shit ton of animals, you guys.
No,
That's still enough to cause some trouble.
I thought what's your name was the dragon thing.
Yeah, we want.
I thought we brought the baby dragons with us, or like underneath the brothel, and we're playing with them in our spare time.
Yeah, not the baby dragons. I thought we still had the drakes and shit.
No,
no,
we
her
don't.
drakes are back at the camp. She rounded them up. The only one with her is her 1 drake, Mimi.
Can she get more?
I mean,
We do also have to consider that this is going to risk the lives of some drakes.
Yeah, when you tell her what your plan is, she's gonna tell you no.
How about those goat spider things she mentioned about?
Those are good.
I feel like that's going to run into the same problem of people being like, no, we value these animals, we don't want to send them off to their deaths.
Well, they're gonna be used for food anyway.
They're not gonna be. Oh, God.
Any kind of big ass animal will do. Get a stampede of horses. Get a bunch of the fucking cows. I don't care.
The only other big animal that we have is Cole, and there's no way we're gonna risk her life.
Well, no. The whole point of this is that you don't risk people's lives, and that it's just a shit ton of animals going through. Get a herd of cattle to go through for all that matters.
Where are we gonna find the cattle, though?
Well, we found a cow. There's got to be more.
Yes, Keith and Corbel and I think Kieran were all 3 of you were there. You remember there was quite a few cows in that area where you stole the 1 cow from.
There you go. Stampede these bitches.
Well, the problem is, how do we sneak up past the guards?
Yeah, we need the animals outside of.
Yeah, but she can't fly cows.
No, she can't lift a cow.
No, you don't need to lift the cows.
We need the animals outside of town. We need to find.
Is there a herd of cows inside town? I would think they would be outside of town.
I mean, fuck, you can just go and place a bunch of dynamite.
We could place dynamite. But that is a little bit more.
Dynamite.
That looks a little less like an accident than I'd like.
Have it rain fish.
What? All right.
Getting
I'm
us
gonna tell you
nowhere.
right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. It does not rain fish naturally on this island. So if it was raining fish, 100% they would determine that that was somebody doing that. That is not a natural phenomenon.
Alright. Now I'm back, sorry.
This
I was
cave
rudely
is not a
interrupted
natural
by Weeks.
phenomenon.
It's all right. We're just still planning on how to cause a stampede.
Oh.
Or otherwise, get the Inquisitor into the town.
Question.
Yes?
Spudia, I guess when we first, like, traveled through the Dragonborn lands, we would have at least seen a couple of big dinosaurs on the way there, right?
Oh well, you know there are plenty of big ass wild dinosaurs in the jungles of the Blue Dragonborn
Okay.
territory.
I mean, no, we're on the way to the Dragonborn land.
Oh no, there are no dinosaurs kind of really outside of the Dragonborn territory.
Okay, well, any other big creatures aside from dinosaurs?
I mean, it's mostly just a handful. Like the biggest thing that was seen was great elk, giant elk.
They can be pretty destructive.
They sure
Okay.
can.
Yeah, they can.
So we have seen great elk, so we know where they are, right?
So we send a message to agents outside of town to start gathering up and then herd some of these great elk into the camp.
Every camp, every night, just great elk, right in the face.
Yeah, that could work.
Make them a little irritated. Maybe it's mating season.
So we can do that? Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
There will be a clothesline that may will survive with great elk antlers around.
Alright, damn, that's our plan.
So she was going to head out and do that? Fly out of the city?
I think that she should take somebody with her that's high on the animal handling scale.
Well, that's me out.
That sounds like a Kieran job.
Yeah, that's a Kieran job.
But we need Kieran here, in case
Do we?
the Inquisitor comes back.
Yeah, he's the doctor. He's not gonna.
That's why
I mean, Corbel can temporarily be the doctor while Kieran is out.
No, the Inquisitor specifically wants Kieran, so...
Good survival.
Wait. Why does the Inquisitor want Kieran specifically?
Because he is the doctor. And he's going to go to the doctor. And if the doctor is not in town when the town's on lockdown, he's going to be suspicious.
Wait, I thought the town was no longer on lockdown.
It's still on
It's
lockdown.
not. No, it's
No,
not
it's not.
lockdown. People can leave.
Oh. Okay. Then yeah,
Okay, then,
Kieran can
You
go.
know, we need to make it in such a way that
Okay, is Kieran okay if for him to come with me?
You still... the Inquisitor still wants him around town in case he needs to ask him a few questions.
Hasn't he already? When the Inquisitor have already asked him all the questions?
Yeah, the Inquisitor didn't come back. He's done with Kieran.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's nothing keeping Kieran here, and Corbel can take over medicine
doctoring
jobs.
duties.
Okay.
And
Alright,
he
so
and
now-
he is and every time one of the prostitutes asks him for a checkup, he's probably going to turn really red.
Oh, they're not even gonna come to you. They're gonna be like, "Is he here? No. Okay, bye."
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I guess it's not that bad. I guess that rash isn't that bad.
Oh, it's not gonna be that bad. They've been getting excellent medical care.
they probably just come in at this point so that they can chat.
Yes, pretty much.
And probably a pamper.
They do enjoy that, yeah.
So what's next?
Well, if you're leaving and you're gonna be looking for some giant elk, I'll take a survival and then to try and find them, and then animal handling.
Are we unmuted? So who's going with Shiva? Is it Kieran?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, well, he should be able to. He's pretty good at those things.
Ocelot, you heard that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So
So
survival
survival?
and animal handling.
That's
You're
correct.
looking for your favorite thing. Giant elk.
Yeah, and almost like it was meant to be. They're just kind of drawn to you.
Yeah, I wonder why.
It's almost like they find you before you even find them, and they're just like instantly like, this guy's like the best friend. We don't even know why. We just like him. Something about him. It's just like he has the soul of a great elk or something. Giant elk, like.
Actually,
Or
no, I'm thinking about their blank expression all the time in my head right now, and yeah, okay, that is his trick.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to try that hard before like a dozen of them are just like hanging around him, being like, "Oh, what are we doing? We're just gathering, giant elk gathering. Yep, that's the thing we're doing."
Yep, that makes
Dozen
sense.
giant elk. Oh gosh, that's devastating.
Now,
They're just
now do we
The idea.
now do we know where the camp is from where we are?
Oh, you do.
Okay. So now we gotta cause the stampede now.
Yeah!
That be another animal handling?
No.
Or can I just
If
get him
you
to do
ask
that?
them- if you just tell them to do it, they'll be like, "Okay."
Yeah!
Hey, wanna go run over there?
Seriously. Wanna go run over there and cause a little bit of chaos?
They don't mind.
And go.
And they charge. And the guards, like the handful of guards he has, are trying to dodge out of the way. And Clear comes out of the tent, and he snaps his fingers, and they all turn, and all of them shoot fire out of their hands at the elk. And he touches one, and it dies instantly.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Well, we've learned something.
We did. That doesn't stop the fact that they still have probably done damage to this camp.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely totally can't, but all the guards. And you see him dash from one to another, and he kills 3 just by touching them.
Oh.
I heard it's a federal offense killing these deer. You're not allowed to do that, I heard.
Yeah, but he is the federal.
Yeah. And okay, I will tell you, based on you guys are watching this, so you guys have seen it enough to know a monk when you see one. He's a monk, a powerful monk, and so are his men.
Oh.
Shit, that explains so much.
See.
The way they move, they are 100% monks.
So, question.
All of them?
Yep.
Do they see them without their cloaks?
Nope.
Or are they still in cloaks?
Do any of their cloaks get torn away, etc.?
Well, they're not wearing cloaks. They're wearing pants and shirts and masks with hoods.
Does anything reveal whether it's skin or metal under there?
Oh, you see one. You see one get grazed, and you see skin from where he gets grazed.
There you
Okay,
go.
they've been either highly trained to the point where they no longer show expression, or they've been manipulated through chemical means or alchemical means.
Well, that was a pretty good card we just played because we just learned a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so after that, I grab Kira and I try to fly away. Actually, we probably like run first until we're like far away enough from the camp, and then we fly away.
Yeah, and you can see that he is now following the tracks that the elk have led, walking along, following their path.
Get off the ground. Fly. Get off
I'm
the
off
ground.
the ground. I'm already flying away. I'm gonna fly a little higher.
Yeah, but he's still gonna find the tracks. You guys didn't cover up your tracks.
Well, you
Are
flew
you-
out, so. Or did you?
We flew.
You flew out.
Low, and then you flew high.
Well, here's the thing. Like we would have flown to the elk,
Okay.
and then we were following them. Like, yeah, I think I would have like carried Kieran and like get a good distance, but probably like fly too.
Well, as long as you guys aren't running by yourselves, because a lot of tracks will cover up yours. What won't is if you're just by yourselves and you're running.
He's looking for probably the source of this stampede.
So fly as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely would have been flying a lot.
But yes, he went off to investigate whatever caused this stampede. And and a lot of the elks got killed.
Boo.
Yeah, well, it's only par for the course for us.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Well, at least we didn't burn down a city.
True. So I'm assuming we both made it back safely.
You.
Sorry?
You do make it back.
Okay.
Well, how'd it go?
Not good. Well, we found the elk. We did the stampede. But okay, definitely not constructs. They're definitely human. But that clear guy, he touched a couple and they all died. And
Yes,
they're really fast.
Yes, it was kind of a touch and instant death.
And some of them like shoot fire out of their hands.
And it didn't look that cool.
No.
Shoot fire out of their hands.
They kind of resembled a little bit like fireballs, but it was definitely, you can tell they're monks. It wasn't magic. It was key.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
yeah.
So we've got elemental monks, and that explains why he doesn't eat or sleep. If he's powerful enough, he's sustaining himself off of universe juice.
Is there any long-term side effects to that strategy? Like, is there a short-term gain, long-term loss to that? Or
Once you get the perfect body, that's it. You just have it. No longer needing any of that shit.
I should also tell you that he is going to investigate this where the elk came from, but me and Kieran, we flew as off the ground as most of the time. We only touched the ground only went to get the elk. That was it.
Well, then the only footprints they'll find then are those in that area. They'll have no idea that you came from town or went back to town.
So, what are you gonna do?
Well, we've learned things. Now we can adjust our plans accordingly.
And you can wait with open arms for when they come into town in the morning. Or if they come into town tonight. How bad was the damage? Can they spend the night there?
How bad was it, DM?
Oh, everything was destroyed, but you also know they don't sleep.
Well, we destroyed everything, but well, they're not gonna sleep.
Yes. So then they will have no reason to just wait till morning if they don't have to sleep. Maybe they'll come in tonight.
Do we know how to monk bust? Poisons don't work.
Same way you kill a Jedi, so they don't suspect it.
Traps.
Do we turn our local body snatcher into a bed?
I mean, the last time we fought
Or a
monks, we
chair.
had a hard time.
Remember,
You're
the
right.
whole point of this was that we're not killing him. We're having him taken by his own people. We have to make him a criminal, not a victim.
If only we could have recorded him killing all them elk. I'm kidding.
Report him to PETA.
That's right.
It is illegal to hunt.
Yes, it is.
Jewel mentioned that she heard them talking about it in one of the other villages.
Right, but with how high up this person is, I don't think it's a particular thing that somebody would reproach him about.
I think unless this guy is on the king's bad side and you told the king that and it gave him an excuse to out him, I don't see it being enough. But I do see it adding. It's just, it's a little thing to throw onto a list of a bunch of little things if we want. In the meantime, let's get a place ready for them, shall we? Because they will show up eventually. And you two smell like forest and elk. You might want to take a shower.
Shiva?
Oh, okay. Yeah, Keith?
Well, we've been discussing about them needing to find something of his writing. And you said this camp was completely destroyed.
Yeah.
So, I'm thinking, if you can head back to that campsite after they leave, then you can probably scout to see if you can find a piece of something that they may have left behind.
I guess I can try, but what if this guy's so paranoid that he left one monk there?
I don't think he has anything to suspect. It could, for all he knows, something could have just spooked the elk. Could be a wolf or something. You did do a howl to trigger the stampede, right?
No, Kieran just told him to go that way.
Druids.
Not just druids. A druid who has a lot of experience with giant elks. So much.
At the same time, that could work in his favor because nor does it show any evidence of the humans being the cause of this stampede.
No. Here's what I find when he goes there. He finds 2 sets of prints, basically just in one spot, circled by elk facing them. That's all he saw. So he knows there were people there. He doesn't know how they got there or how they left, but he knows there were people there.
Yeah. Nor does it prove that the people were the cause of what happened. For all he knows, the people were there, fed the elk, and left, and something else spooked the elk. It doesn't prove anything.
No.
That there
However,
were
he doesn't come into town either.
So he's at least a 15th level. They're at least 15th level monks.
Yep.
Oh, God. I mean, we're 13, but...
Yeah, monks are a bitch.
Yeah, this guy's a little higher than 15.
Yeah, you DM threw all of my fun on the monk shit back at me.
This guy happens to be an 18th level monk.
18?
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
great.
we're not
also
fucking with
got,
that. We are not fucking with that.
So
he's also got empty body, which is he can spend 4 key points and basically become invisible through key.
He can do a lot of things, I'll tell you.
Oh my God,
Because I'm sure you're curious, he's a Way of the Long Death monk. That's how he instantly killed it, because he used Long Death.
yeah.
No
Would Canians
way.
be familiar with the description of the touch of death. With
No.
kind of
There's
monkey.
no monks like this in the Order of the Platinum Dragon. They very much don't like this type of monk.
Yeah, but the question is, would she still be familiar with the stories of what kind of monks can do this?
That sounds like a history check to me.
You know what? I agree.
I can roll one.
actually. Let's see. Roll that history, and I'll tell you whether you know or not.
Caden's rolling an intellectual skill. Oh no.
Well, I will keep in mind. All I know. Well, that tracks with
7.
Caden's lack of paying attention in school. She has no freaking clue.
Can I luck it?
Don't bother. Not for this.
I
what
got
else?
plenty
We
of
just
luck.
got in
We're
not
basically
meta.
running every day. We're basically like every discussion we're having right now. I get 3 luck almost.
And to be fair, what else is he going to do with it today?
Yeah.
Roll again.
If you want to roll it,
Oh, this is fun. You can blow up to 8. You can blow 8 key points to do the spell equivalent of astral projection.
Oh my god.
Yeah, astral projection isn't going to do any damage, though. He can go and visit that other.
Yeah, but that means he could literally be immaterial and spying.
It's fine, yeah.
Oh, this
It's
conversation.
why it's important that you roll again and see if you get a high.
Yeah, because if your character doesn't know this, would be metagaming.
I mean, you only have a 0. It's up to the dice. You have a decent chance.
I mean, if y'all want to luck it, I could try rolling again.
Roll
Alright,
again.
I'll use a lock point. Why not? Like, it's not doing anything else today.
Yeah.
I already offered.
See, that's better.
15. Now I
That's
am
pretty good.
I am looking at an actual chart of just base monk abilities, not specific to his path.
Mhm.
So these are things that Cadence will eventually be able to do. So is this stuff that she would know?
You absolutely know all of the base monk stuff. Yes. However,
Okay.
the specific stuff for his class you don't know about.
Okay. So I don't know jack shit about his touch of death, but
No.
I do know that he is potentially capable of just literally astral projecting his mind.
Yes.
Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna go down to the basement and dress up like Cow.
Should I still do that investigation thing, or like he said, or no? I don't.
I think you should go have a shower to get the smell of elk off of you.
No, oh, okay.
Go for a swim in the lake.
We're in the brothel.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're at the brothel. We're nowhere close to the lake. You really got to leave that lake alone.
No, I meant the ocean.
No, I'm gonna take a shower in the brothel.
Okay.
Why do I go somewhere alone?
There are guards out there.
All the more reason to not go.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're just
Hello?
being weird.
Tiefling.
Yeah.
Kieran,
Yeah.
you too. Go take a bath. We have company coming.
You actually don't see him coming to town for 2 days.
Really?
Yep.
Will they eventually come after 2 days and knock on our door?
Come in the door.
He just comes into town, but he does his regular thing. He doesn't go specifically to you.
Yeah. At this point, it would be suspicious if we were to offer anything. Because we don't want it to seem like we know what's happened.
Well, and he has no reason to go to you either.
Well, we're the only inn that kind of set up in town.
Yeah. He just set up a new
It's gonna be
camp.
more of an issue of be our guest. Be a guest.
Yeah, no.
I
general
applaud the
advertisement.
attempt.
It was a good try, but this guy is not. This guy's way too paranoid to go into town and stay with somebody. He
Yeah.
just built a new camp and has a couple extra people watching. And what he was doing during those 2 days, you don't know. But he wasn't in town. He wasn't at his camp.
Alright, well, we've learned some things.
You sure have. They're monks.
Now we know things, and we can possibly think about what to do about it.
Cadence. Question.
Oh, yeah?
Poke.
Oh.
Cadence.
Yes?
When monks have perfect body, what happens if they don't have a rest for a long period of time? Are they just okay with it, or?
Trying to find where the
For
thing is that
me,
you don't need to sleep.
the way I do it is they don't even need to rest. It just says they don't need to eat or sleep and they don't age, and you can't be magically aged. But for me, they also don't need to sleep. None of that. So eventually Cadence won't ever need to rest. Ever. Well, unless she wants keypoints. Even then, that's just a short rest, sitting around for an hour.
Yeah, but if
I
he
want to take a closer look at Timeless Body.
on the hour, every hour, will he eventually drain them?
No.
Okay, there goes that plan.
Well, if he's not going to set up a station,
No longer need food or water, but you're saying they also don't need sleep.
That's correct. No sleep.
However, you still need a long rest in
Yeah.
order to regain ki.
Yeah, which is just sitting around doing nothing strenuous for an hour, which isn't a lot.
That's a long rest?
Making a
No,
really
a short rest. He's back on short rest.
Not for me.
You sure it should be for you?
I can regain some on a short rest, but I can't regain all of it on a short rest.
So we can potentially
Exhaust them.
exhaust them. Yeah, just like
We have to send wave after wave of our own men.
Hey guys,
Kill every
there's no way that you're going to exhaust them. And we spent 2 hours brainstorming this, and we've had all the options removed. So we're probably just better off thinking about it throughout the week and picking up here next week because it's 9 o'clock.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I got
Yeah, it is. And by the way, key points will come back on a short rest, 100%. 30 minutes, in fact. 30 minutes of meditation is all you need to get your key points back.
Okay. Also, Fable asked me to do flyby.
I saw that.
is that what he was doing?
You figured me out. He did indeed go to the villages around town.
What did he do?
Well, most of the people are gone. And the bigger thing he did is confiscate things.
Well, that's pretty cruel of you to do.
Gonna be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
You realize this may actually be beyond us without magic.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying this for DM. This feels a little unbalanced.
Well, I think the number one thing we should be keeping in mind is we're not looking. Okay, obviously in a straight up fight.
We're not going to a
choice.
straight up fight.
No, it's not even a choice.
if we're gonna do a fight, we have to do this Home Alone style.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's be honest. You could be Dennis the Menace and it would phase him.
No. Here's the thing. We just gotta burn all their key points first, and then take them head on.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure by the time you burn all his key points, half of us will be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you not remember?
No.
We fought undead monks and, like, we had a hard time with that. And that was
And
with,
that was with our magic.
Yeah.
And that was only a few of them, too.
We didn't know that they were monks when we fought them. We do know that they're monks before we fight these guys.
Okay.
So
We
maybe
knew
can
that
plan.
they were monks at the...
Okay, so can I just recap our situation, okay?
Yeah.
The Inquisitor is going to be inspecting the premises in a few days. Correct me if I'm wrong?
Correct.
Okay, so he's going to be inspecting the premises in a few days. And then he's likely going to conclude that, oh my god, there's like a Death Star level flaw in your building. Were you aware of this? No. What do you mean there was a structural weakness in here?
We definitely
Can you
want
show
someone who's
me?
very good at lying for that.
But yes, that is
He's a monk. He will see through things.
I'm going to make a dice roll,
Sure.
but there's a very good chance that yes, he's going to determine that on his own without needing any kind of anything when he rolls his investigations. There's an extremely good chance he's going to find that.
All I'm hearing
Yeah.
is so long as he doesn't roll a 1.
Pretty
Pretty
much. He's got yes. He's got a very good stat for this in proficiency. He's got an extremely good chance.
Okay. So
when he asks us if we knew about it, we need someone who's not going to be easily seen through.
I mean, Corbel has done his best to implant in him the idea that Corbel's an idiot.
Yeah, you didn't fail at that at all. After his chat, he's just convinced that Corbel is taking advantage of situations that are extremely in his favor by sheer dumb luck.
Oh.
So, if it came down to quote-unquote lying about it, he already thinks Corbel's an idiot, so that's in our favor.
Yeah. We need to be very careful with this guy.
Okay, but we had this idea of doing... Okay, why did we end up throwing out the idea of trying to frame the architect in any way, shape, or form? Did we throw that, or is that still somewhat on the table?
That's still on the table if he comes in.
Well, you know he's coming to you in a few days, because he's told you he was. He's coming to inspect you.
Okay, so we could, in theory, I don't know, forward some documents, plant them in the architect's place, so when they search the architect's place, all of a sudden, it looks
There's
like
already a document in the architect's place that Fable left him.
The fact that we can't even follow this guy and find out what he did, where he took these people, anything, like, we're just hard fucked. We might as well, as soon as he comes here, set up an ambush, fight the shit out of him, drop a house on him, like, move on.
No.
Because there's no way that we can do anything. We're fucked.
I don't think
We're really, really
That's actually the worst idea.
We just spent 2 hours brainstorming to have pretty much all hopes dashed. Like, there's very, very limited options here.
Not all the hopes dash.
No, what we learned is we really should not fight this guy.
Hey, Cadence. Would he
Yes?
be able to survive the building falling down on him?
Oh, most definitely. Like, I'm pretty
very
sure
possibly.
Corbel could survive the building falling on him.
Really?
I'm fairly certain. Maybe survive, but definitely knocked out.
Knocked
Only
out just enough time.
slightly.
It's a 4-story building. I'm not sure.
I'm
most
pretty sure he'll
people
just die.
survive.
Well, all right, well,
Really sure
Looney,
it's okay.
is there math to calculate this, or is this a pure DM call?
I would probably need to figure out some kind of math, but this is a 4-story building. This is a pretty huge building.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have magic, but we're still very resilient compared to the average citizen.
But it's... Again, we could bank on the fact that he thinks Corbel's an idiot, and he suspects the architect, and then when he discovers a document that we planted in the architect's place that, oh, there's malice here, then wouldn't the suspicion go to the architect?
We can hope.
Like, that's a good plan A. And then what happened to the idea of a fake assassination on Corval? Is that still not an option?
Well, you're not the tax collector, so but it's really no reason for anyone to go after you at this point.
Right.
That's the
Okay,
thing.
fair.
How you were still next in line, according to some documents.
But the Inquisitor is like, you're not a tax collector anymore, and
No, you said you're not a tax
Yeah,
collector.
what I mean
yet.
is, if we're trying to set up to make it look like the Inquisitor is maybe being somewhat duplicitous, wouldn't getting rid of you fall into that plan?
it would. Though, the way I'm looking at this right now is that might be something to look at either way before he does his inspection and it causes a giant fucking stink and it changes everything, or it's we find a way and we change the circumstances so maybe we don't have to worry about the inspection anymore, or maybe we find a way of dealing with this inspection. That's... I don't know. What do you think about that? I mean, if
there are
there's an
ways
attempt...
There are several fake assassinations we can do. Either one, we make a trick knife to spoof a live assassination. Two, we can have a fake hanging.
Oh yeah, no. I know that you already set up that there's like a fake. Like Keith already has a fake knife from Assassin Red person. I forget his name.
Dex. Yeah.
Thank you.
Throw a little goat's blood in a bladder.
Yeah. So we can make it look like Corval got assassinated. A
Or
day or two
attempted
before the
assassination.
inspection. Corval disappears for a while. Where he goes, we have no fucking idea. And then what would happen after that is completely up to... I mean, it would clear Corval and our party of any suspicion. But
And the easiest way to Corval get out is to fly out.
yeah, my only thing that worries about me is if Johnny Walker is dead, it's kind of hard for him to go to that place in the city and make some introductions as Johnny Walker. Although granted, we could just go to another place, make good with another tax collector, and make good at another mine. But then, if we do other shit at that town, he would immediately be on us. So we would have to go to a town and play it super fucking nice.
Alternatively, we make it look like we make it look like the killer has moved on.
Or it's actually one thing that could probably we do a fake assassination tab on Corval, and then people at the bar, okay, this place is fucking cursed. We're getting the fuck out of here.
Also, collapsing a building on you, I just did the math. You die.
Well, based on I'm going to assume it's at minimum the equivalent of an extremely deadly trap. So minimum, it would be 24d10 at minimum.
I think that's deadly to our character currently.
Yeah, that's way more than my average health. My health is... my health is like 10d8 or some shit.
I think that's deadly to like 20th level too. Still,
it is. That's what I'm saying. Dropping a 4-story building is at minimum the equivalent of an extremely deadly trap, which based on all my tables would put it at minimum of 24d10 damage.
Okay, so laying a trap and killing the Inquisitor is now back on the table?
Yes.
Although then again, with how much of a monk he is, maybe he's able to make some crazy dex saving to get himself out of the building in time.
I remember I have evasion.
Yeah.
Whereas if I succeed on area effect, which I believe this would count, if I succeed on a dex save, I take no damage.
Yeah, exactly. And we should assume that unless the building was to come down like super quick, he probably has a decent chance of just yeeting himself out of the building in time.
One issue though, if he is over level 11, he has mastery of death.
We don't know that.
We don't know that. I don't know what that is.
I know.
I don't need to know what that is.
Sorry.
Can
how much longer are
Shiva
we planning on
do a
going?
history roll from her studies of all kinds of miscellaneous stuff to see if there's any
I'm
remnants
gonna
of?
say not on specialized monk stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so in other words, I think so. Obviously, we're gonna want to think about this for a week. But
I think it's time to go anyway.
Yeah, but I'm thinking so far the
Alright.
best plan is some sort of fake assassination on Corbel, and then people in the brothel being like, "Yeah, we're getting the fuck out of here. This place isn't safe for us. We're moving to another town." Now, when the last person was murdered, though, there was a quarantine put in.
Yes.
So it would be logical to assume that a quarantine would happen again.
Yes. Well,
So-
he once again looks into this mysterious person, this slave number 13.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
I mean, we
That's
could
alright.
just simply plant the mask on somebody.
Anyway, I need to actually eat something more substantial than a handful of slices of salami.
Oof.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
woke up, I grabbed a snack, and sat down to play.
It was getting late. Plus, I would like to catch the new Attack on Titan episode.
Oh, it's already out already? Yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
hey,
Sunday is
Cadence.
Attack on Titan Day.
Hey, Cadence.
Eh,
Here's
What?
a bowl of egg white. Keep
What
stirring until I come back.
the
you realize you can overwhip an egg, right?
It's called a
this point-
meringue.
Yeah, you
Like,
can overwhip it.
You can still overwhip an egg. You know that, right? Like,
I know.
easily. Like, Cadence
Like-
would overwhip an egg.
Yeah, but
Like,
Keith has only gone
I
for like a
don't
minute.
know. Like, Cadence doesn't know that you can overwhip an egg, but I know you can overwhip an egg.
Yeah, I feel like if you tell Cadence to whip an egg and don't stop whipping until you come back, she's gonna keep whipping it until you come back, whether it's done being whipped or not.
I just want to see how well of a meringue can I get in the 30 seconds I go and get the other pie.
Joel, this is a really ridiculous thing that's taking away from the moment. I mean, seriously, man.
Alright, fine.
Besides, I was saying goodnight.
Alright, good night.
Good.
night,
Good
Mecca.
talk.
I'm gonna be honest. I've no freaking clue what to do with this.
Yeah, it's all part of the challenge when you think about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, like I figured like something like this would come up, honestly, especially with a continent that has no magic. Already, like when I first heard about it, I was like, yeah, you guys are most likely screwed, so something like this ought to come up. It was only a matter of time, and then here it was.
The whole point is you're not supposed to fight him. You're supposed to do something else, like this.
No, don't give us any clues. No.
Well, no, it's pretty fucking obvious that fighting this is
Gonna be a no bueno situation.
yeah, like even assuming a fight goes well, there's multiple people being dead and or down, and that's just assuming it's just him against all of
I
us.
am absolutely not planning on this guy fighting you, and anyway. The only way
Yeah.
you can to fight with
Hell
him
no.
is if you actively go up to him and slug him in the face.
And then that's like but yeah,
And also, if someone tries to go up to him and slug him in the face, I'm gonna say, "Are you sure you want to slug him in the face?"
I can imagine like freaking
Yeah.
to push some
I mean, I low-key don't understand why Nate stormed off, but that's another.
I thought it was because he had work tomorrow.
Yeah, he had work. Yeah, he has work.
Okay.
That's more like I do. So
But yeah, like they have to like really think about it because they said that they've been planning for 2 hours and it's just threw us in a loop.
It's true. I mean, I bet they do
Mm.
want to slug him. Or at least I hope they do. But
The slugging
No,
him
we
is
can't.
Is very reasonable. However, don't slug him.
slug,
Drop a building on him, or trick him by doing the whole architect, who already has a set of blueprints with a very fatal flaw in it that are just sitting in his paperwork.
I'm leaning more for framing with the architect.
and
I
he
think that's our
already,
primary
and then
plan.
he's pretty convinced that Corbel's an idiot. So
Yeah, maybe we should do the architect plan.
I mean, you're already halfway there.
Yeah.
The paperwork's literally already been given to him.
So how much does he suspect on Keith?
What? For what?
He
For
doesn't
trying
suspect you of
to
anything.
hide something.
Oh, he thinks you're just a goofball. And he thinks you're nervous in the same way that everyone who talks to him is a little bit nervous.
Woohoo!
He and the other two Inquisitors are established, scary people to them. Because people who cross them disappear and never return.
Alright,
It's
so cover is
scary.
still intact.
Well, all our covers are for now.
No one has done anything to make him suspicious of them personally. He's just a paranoid person who, for the first time ever, has seen someone be murdered, not just the one time, but 2 times within the space of 2 weeks. That's suspicious.
consequences to actions.
oh god.
Keith still thinks that he might be part cyborg. But yeah, fire coming out of people's hands is going to be a little unfair at this point.
Yeah, that's 4 elements, which ironically is,
That is 4 elements, yes.
which is ironically my character.
Yes, they're 4 element monks. He's a
Long death. Yeah. And then there's also the the kid. It's like
so
it's like
all
I
the
didn't
villagers
want
have
to.
disappeared. They've been ghosted, eh?
Weren't these also the ones that like? Oh shoot! Weren't these like the ones that like Jules like going around spreading the word of Preishu to them?
Yeah, so they confiscated the Preishu statues.
Oh no! Oh shit!
Took away some of the people who kind of, when he investigated them, spoke about this mysterious Preishu to him. So he took them too.
Let's hope they're just going over to the gulag. And we will find them in the gulag and open the gate.
Yeah, they're basically they're not dead. With everybody he takes, they're basically locked up in a big ass prison. Which if you guys, whenever you guys eventually go, you're gonna find out exists.
Yeah, without magic, people being dead is useless. It actually destroys possible evidence. So.
Oh no, they use them as labor. They use slaves, but they also use people who they think or in any way might rise up or rebel in the slightest. They get taken too. That's how a government like this stays in control. This is the kind of shit they have to do.
So all the people at the what's it called? The adamantium refinery, they're all prisoners?
No, those aren't prisoners. That particular industry is very much not prisoners.
Yes.
That one only goes to people they trust.
Yeah.
Yes, and we've had to do a fair bit of talking and schmoozing to get what little information Corbel has right now. Which is why I'm a bit loath of the whole, let's fake assassinate Corbel, because it means if we want to learn more about adamantium, which is what I want to do, we got to do that shit all over again. And try not to bring the heat this time.
Well, I would say you definitely have a good idea with framing the architect. You're already halfway there because he already has plans. And not just he has plans of a flaw, and he built the building with the flaw. He didn't just have plans for it, he actually built it like that. And when he's asked if he was the only one who has control of the plans, what do you think he's gonna say?
Yes, he's gonna say yes.
He's gonna say, yeah, what do you mean? Those are my plans. I made them myself. I keep them in that safe over there. And no one's been up here.
Or we can say that he failed an assassination on Corbel.
It's not an assassination. This is well, in this case, it's more, he has the plans of a Death Star hole. He built the building with the Death Star hole, and he's pretending he doesn't know about the Death Star hole.
No, I'm talking about Corbel's fake assassination. We can use fail.
Considering that we now know that they're monks, I don't know if we can do that assassination attempt. Could be pretty risky.
Yeah, well, it's more on the lines of It's more along the lines of, if we do the fake assassination time, then all the time spent building up Johnny Walker is basically out the freaking window.
That's why I'm saying it failed.
Yeah.
Because if it's a failed assassination, then Johnny Walker's still alive. We could just say somebody took a pot shot toward Corbel.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I kind of found this out. I don't know if I should have right to tell you this, but I think I could tell that, I think Nate was getting frustrated with the new revelation and how this was throwing off his plans.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, he wouldn't have gone to the towns if you guys hadn't done what he did. This is his logic, and my logic for this is he saw two sets of footprints there. Now, he didn't see them come or go, but he also knows nobody left town as far as he's concerned, because his guards told him nobody did. So he went to the places outside of town where there are people. The villages. And when he got there, he saw statues of gods that he's never heard of and people talking about them. He didn't find any clue about the elk. He has no clue about that, but he still found something that's not allowed.
I mean, I don't know what else to do with that, because...
To be fair, I'm not too sure how much the villagers would have helped in the long run.
Well, it's we're plotting a long-term uprising with them.
I mean, we did our part, and we couldn't afford having Shiva and Karen caught.
Yep.
Oh God, that's
That. Keith would totally make that.
oh God, no.
Like, hey, I go fishing, said like, Keith, make something interesting. Okay. Make something. I'm like, what the?
I mean, I'd eat it. It looks decent.
I don't think I would eat it, honestly.
I think it's just mostly my Asian side saying that I would eat it. Although Keith is more about curiosity.
Exactly. That's why this is. It'd be like, yep, I don't care. I'm making it. That's why I used to cook. It's just funny how we just promoted him to our cook as our cook.
I mean,
What
he
are you
kind
gonna-
of. What do you mean? Like he always was. Like he's the bartender. That's how he got in. I remember session 1. I'm trying to squeeze him in. Sombra's fighting like tooth and nail how to have him in. He's like, "No, I'm the bartender here. You go find your own bar," which ended up being the Clams bar.
No, he didn't join until session 8.
No. I remember this very clearly.
Session 1, he joined the first day because I remember
No,
he was
my-
driving a whole
my session
No,
one.
I'm talking about his session 1.
Oh, I mean, okay. I thought you mean that. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember that one. I don't think I even recorded that time.
You did.
I
Oh,
did?
you recorded the one when Keith first showed up.
Holy shit, I gotta
It
do
was like
some
the second
digging.
one you recorded.
Man, I really gotta do some digging here. Shit. It's like 3 hours, and that was back then we started at 3. I mean 6, and then ended at 11. Well, it's good to be back that we're back in this thing. To be honest, I thought I was gonna take another week, but apparently that gas really did push my face.
I mean, I'm happy you're feeling better, buddy. We were.
Ew.
Ew. Wait, ew.
Nice.
Wait, what? Ew.
No, he's talking about the picture.
Why do
Oh.
they look like fish?
Because
This
they
is
are
something
fish.
Keith would make, seriously.
Because it's
Because
a
they
fish
are.
taco. It's using the fish as the shell.
Yeah.
Who?
I mean,
Who would make a Keith?
no,
Wait,
I
what?
don't even think Keith would make that. That's not.
Let's hear from the chef himself. Keith, would you make that?
Well, he would use the skin itself, not the whole fish.
I feel like he'd cook it. Those are definitely raw.
No, those are deep fried.
Yeah, it is deep fried. Although what's
It's
inside it
hard to
concerns me. It's like cheese bits, honestly.
It's actually fried rice.
Doesn't
That's
really.
fried rice in there? Holy shit.
Fried rice.
Ugh.
Wait, who puts fried rice in tacos?
Good question.
Tacos have rice in them.
I mean, you're right, but not fried rice. Not like, you know what I mean? Like it's not fried.
Could be like fried onions. Sorry, fried garlic in there, which would be absolutely tasty.
I cannot freaking find it. Whatever happened to my guts?